that sounds cool. One thing you might try and do is, Jason Langsdorff. Hold on. Where's his website? Is it just like learnwithjson.com? Okay, cool. Oh, done with that call. Nice. Aye. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what he uses for his Q&A stuff, like when he streams. Um, hmm. Maybe it's on his Twitch stream. Hmm. Yeah, he uses some tool to collect Q&A, and I don't remember what it is. But the idea is that people can ask their question, like at any point, and then the questions are queued up and you can get to them later, right? So instead of having to like have people do it on the spot, right? People can actually get the questions in and you can address it during like the interim, right? Sure. I didn't know Menti did that, but yeah, there you go. That works. Yeah, as long as you're like aware of some tool to do that, there you go. Okay, cool. Just double checking on some work stuff, and there we go. Oh, I mean, most people would have you believe that web components are dead. Um, yeah, I think that's probably kind of the tricky part. So I'll be talking about web components, and then I'll be talking about a completely different approach using mitosis, which gives us the ability to do something like this. So boring our avatars, and then we can use mitosis to compile to React, Vue, Svelte, Solid, Angular, etc. So I'm going to be covering both approaches, right? The general gist is shareable components. Yeah, and we'll be making the slides today, so you'll get to check them out. Let me launch up to Algora as well. All right, there we go. They should have a thumbnail of that now. Let me get some more tea going real quick. And yeah, so the gist is we're going to spin up a new, another slide of presentation. We're going to need to create the outline and all that stuff. And yeah, any like major questions y'all might have about web components and mitosis, like as I'm building it, just let me know because I gotta fill a lot of content. So I'm not sure what you mean specifically, right? Wasm doesn't have any direct access to the DOM. Now you can use some frameworks to compile to WebAssembly, and that's like u.rs or whatever the other Rust framework is. It's stuff you can do, but it's not meant to be like cross-compatible from framework to framework, which is what this talk is about. Oh, and hold on, let me pop out chat from YouTube, just in case people end up responding. All right. So yeah, let's scaffold out another one of these. I'm still really not sure what you mean. Like, you'll have to give us like a concrete example. Like, what you're talking about doesn't sound like a web component. It sounds like a library, right? So Wasm as a thing for libraries, sure. But web components are about the presentational aspect of things, the DOM. I don't see how ESM even matters towards that, right? Like, sure, you're going to package it, but it's kind of unrelated. In the same way that Wasm is kind of unrelated. Right? Web components are like buttons. They're like date pickers. You know, they're a visual. It's, I mean, that's less about frameworks though, right? ESM is about being compatible between browser and Node.js. That is very different. That's not a framework thing, that's a platform thing. So Wasm as a platform compatibility layer, yeah, that makes sense. But as a framework compatibility layer, that doesn't make any sense. We're talking about frameworks like React, like Vue. ESM is not meant to bridge those two things. Yes, exactly. CommonJS is what we had in Node, and there was some other thing in the browser. I forget the name of it right now. Anyone remember the name? Right? Like even IFEs were like a browser version. ESM is meant to be everywhere. There you go. AMD, UMD. Sure. ESM was meant to bridge those two things, not frameworks, platforms. Yeah, no worries. Um, right? The fact that you're asking means someone might ask during the presentation, or at least have the thought. So yeah, maybe like when I'm talking about cross framework, I clarify that. It's not a bad note. So yeah, remind me about that after I've scaffolded this project. Because I don't even have an outline file to put it in. All right, so the name of this presentation cross framework components. Okay, so they brought that up for us. We want to head into that folder. And yeah, how's everyone's Friday going? Come on, it's Friday. Let's hang out. Let's chill. Yeah, I mean, so one plane back then, we didn't even have UMD, right? Like Common JS wasn't even a thing yet, right? Because that was Node.js only. So the only way we had the compatibility of those was basically some framework created their own thing, or you would use an IFI to define something in the global scope, right? So yeah, one plane, it's not a modern problem anymore. So WASM wouldn't help solve that. ESM doesn't help solve that. It's no longer a framework concern because we have common tooling that builds towards all of that, right? So yes, that's a concern from almost 20 years ago. Less relevant today. There could be room for a slide about that though. I don't know. I don't think the WASM part makes any sense though, right? Because WASM didn't exist back then either, right? And it's Friday. Damn right, it's Friday. You know what? I'm gonna do one of these. I'm gonna do one of these. I stayed up late last night and I woke up early today doing a bunch of editing. I deserve something. And yeah, I'll be editing all weekend. So yeah, 9 to 5 is less meaningful. To me, at least. And so far, it seems like everyone else has kind of checked out too at work. There you go, melted fire. Hell yeah. Yeah, hold on. Let me check one more thing over here. Cool. Oh yeah, no, I'll be doing a timeline, but I don't think ESM is going to matter for it. I don't think any of that. This isn't my first stream. Looks like it is your first stream. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Never mind. Sorry. I missed your question about PowerShell. No, I don't do any PowerShell. Yeah, yeah, yeah. My bad. Now, hold on. Hella Harry. I like your name. I'm going to guess, are you a big fan of the movie Harry and the Hendersons? I'm a huge fan of that movie. I love that movie. Never heard of it? Oh my god. Oh, you need to watch it. Basically, John Lithgow lives up here in Seattle. He's coming home from like a hunting trip with his family or camping trip or whatever. And he hits a Bigfoot. And they think they killed it. So they're bringing it home because they thought it was a deer or something. Nope, they discovered, oh, it's a Bigfoot and blah, blah, blah. And they're going to get rich, but they realized they didn't actually kill it. So that's just like the first 20 minutes. I'm not spoiling anything. The film is also old enough. Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's an amazing film, though. I think you're really going to like it. Yeah, 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 yeah. Kevin Peter Hall. Yeah, he's the guy that was in the suit for Predator as well. He was in a bunch of stuff. I'm trying to remember other films he was in. He was a giant. He was like 7 feet tall or something. Hold on, where does it say? 7'2". So yeah, he was typically in a lot of like monster suits. So yeah, Harry and the Hendersons, Predator, Predator 2. I guess was there a TV show for Harry and the Hendersons? Oh, that's funny. But yeah. Little fun fact there, Jerome. Did you know that the original person in the suit in Predator was going to be Jean-Claude Van Damme? Did you know that one? Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Because yeah, Predator was going to be like more like nimble and agile rather than just like massive. Right, so we're going to create a new file here. We're going to call it outline. And yeah, we kind of need to yeah, kind of need to like start thinking about like what structure this is going to take. So as always, there's going to be an intro. The history of components. What extensions do I use for VS Code? All of them. Oh, They Live is amazing. Yeah, yeah. Here's a fun fact. Jerome, Rowdy Roddy Piper actually wrote that himself. It was a line that was like just left on the cutting room floor from his wrestling days. He wrote it for wrestling, and then, they didn't use it during the wrestling stuff. So John Carpenter was like, hey, yeah, you got any fun stuff for me? Like, for this scene? Like, what do you think? And Roddy Piper's like, oh, yeah, I got something for you. Like, and then, bam, history was made. The scene when him and right, Roddy Piper and I forget the other guy's name. When they're fighting, they're actually hitting each other, and dude, it went on for like 45 minutes. It's like one of the longest fight scenes ever in a film. Hold on, let me double check. So yeah, like Harry, I guess it depends mainly on like the language I'm using. Keith David, that's it. Yeah, yeah. Right, like the extensions per language are going to change. There's only a couple I have that are like universal. Now, there's the one that you're probably thinking of where I'm typing and it's doing that effect. That's called power mode. Hold on. Is it with or without? Yeah, there you go. There's the link. And hey, thanks for the sub, Harry. You can grow your body hair at will. I think that's actually pretty accurate, isn't it? Sometimes against your will. And then one more extension that I think is worth shouting out is HTML biscuits. That's one that I made. How many downloads do we got right now? Ooh, buddy. We're at 11K. For jumping around files quickly, I mean, you're probably going to want to install Vim, like the Vim extension for VS Code, and then use those, like motions or whatever. Yeah, Vimium, is that what they call it? Thought there was a different name for it. I think it's just called Vim. Yeah, I think it's just Vim, right? This one right here. 6.9 million downloads. So yeah, I would say learning Vim motions would probably be worthwhile. Maybe VS Code NeoVim? That might be a good one to check out too. Oh, that's fine. If you go and look at Code Biscuits. Yeah, thank you. We also have assorted biscuits, and it has support for C, C#, Elm, Go, Java, JSON, Kotlin, Lua, PHP, Python, Rust, Toml, and YAML. So here you see it running in action with Rust. Can I add PowerShell? Basically, I can only add whatever there is a tree sitter like parser for. So I'm not aware of there being a parser for that. Oh, that makes sense, Sergeant Pepper. So yeah, if you're a NeoVim user, but you need to use right, like you need to use VS Code for some reason, then you can still get your like NeoVim config. That's kind of cool. All right, so let's go look at the list of parsers. There is a PowerShell one. So yeah, what I would do is, yeah, it's a long list. I don't think, yeah, you wouldn't be able to add it to VS Code. If you're a NeoVim user, you could probably add it really easy though. Right? Because for VS Code, the parser also needs to compile to Wasm, so I need to like take that Wasm and bring it in. So I'd have to ship an update to add that support. But for NeoVim, like the plugin system would allow you to just download that. So it just depends. Hella Harry, if you're a NeoVim user, then yes, you could probably get that PowerShell support. Because I also made NeoVim biscuits. So yeah, let me know. I'm kind of curious. Let's look at some stats for this real quick. And yeah, we're taking our sweet time. It's a Friday. All right, we get between 2 and 4 clones a day. Right? And that's usually like that clone is basically like what happens when you like install or update via NeoVim, right? So yeah, not a huge amount of people using it. There's other things that do similar stuff. Yeah, I made the NeoVim one probably like a little over 2 years ago for like the first NeoVim conf, or the first one that like Prime hosted. And I gave a talk about it there. Maybe it was 3 years ago. I feel bad. They invited me, like, not him specifically, but one of the organizers of NeoVimConf invited me to, like, submit a talk, and I just never got around to it. I was just so busy. And I don't know if I had, like, a really good, like, talk to make. Like, I would have had to write the code first to then make a talk around the thing I wrote. I would have loved to get our GitKraken CLI tool integrated into NeoVim in some way. That would have been cool. And I'll do it eventually, so maybe for next year. Yeah, hold on. How long ago did I actually make that? So yeah, it looks like we started it 3 years ago. Right? Tej even helped contribute, helped make it better. So did Creative Null. Yeah, like pretty cool group of people helping make this thing better. I really appreciate it. I'm trying to see if there's any other somewhat famous in like the NeoVim space people in here. And there might be, but I don't recognize him. Dane, we at least know from streaming. Doing talks is pretty cool, but for yourself, you found that at some point it gets to the same risk as open source maintainership with the endless stream of issues and PRs to handle. The requests can get too much. Oh, I don't know. I don't get a lot of people requesting that I like do their talk stuff. It's usually I have to like propose it, so that's pretty chill. But I see a chat rate over on YouTube. Why am I not seeing your chats? Sorry about that. Whoever's trying to chat. I'm wondering if maybe it's someone that I've hidden from the channel. Curious why I don't even see their like hidden messages, but yeah, we do get some spammers over on YouTube, so might be a thing. All right, let me double check. Keep up on work. Yeah, nope, we're good. And yeah, no, I love giving talks. When I mentioned that I went to KubeCon out of my own pocket, one of the people who helped organize Open Feature Summit was like flabbergasted. They're like, why would you do that? Like, you know, I like doing it, and you can't take the money with you. But yeah, let's start thinking about what we want to get in on these slides. Right, so the history of components, we'll have that as a thing. We'll have a timeline, which is, I don't know, it's basically part of the history, right? And hold on, let me do this real quick. Um, Let me just send this quick message to someone. I know some people that are going to be in NYC, like around the same time as me. Uh, All right, there we go. And what up, Pravan? How you doing? All right. And yeah, anyone going to be in New York City? Let's go to a comedy show. I think that'd be fun, right? You're all invited. Writing some code? What code you writing? All right, so yeah, let's do some of this, right? Let's do a usage. Oh yeah. I flew back Wednesday morning. Like I had a lot of video editing and stuff to do. How about you? And yeah, me and Andrew and like some like other person we met, we ended up closing down that last venue. So it was a good time. You came back Wednesday night. Nice, dude. Again, it was so cool to meet you in person. That's one of my favorite things ever. Like meeting people from stream, actually like in person. Like so cool. I'm still kicking myself over like how quickly I went through my slides. Like I could have taken some more time on a couple of them, but I don't know. Oh well. I was 3 minutes over in all of my practices and then 3 minutes under actually doing it. So I overcompensated. And yeah, Prevent. So you're making a Go web server which exists to serve a public API to your e-commerce websites. Oh, really? Oh, that's lame. I would have bought you dinner. Shit. Ah, that's brutal. Yeah, exactly. Ah, that is shady. That is so shady. Yeah, they were. They were going overboard. Like they went way overboard. I was just drinking Michter's, and when I looked at it, it was like a $12 like shot. Like they were going crazy. Like I totally would have bought you dinner. Sorry, I didn't even think about it. Yeah, and they're from a giant company. Like, yeah, hmm, yeah, yeah. I don't think we need to like drag them through the mud by like naming them, but we know, we know. We could drag them through the mud. Totally up to you. Totally up to you. I don't mind. So I leave Sunday. I get there around like 5. Gonna see a comedy show, and then I'm actually like I'm not there nearly as long as I wanted, so I'm only there for the Monday. I'm gonna do the speaker dinner like after JS Nation, and then I fly out to Atlanta like the next morning at like 6 a.m. Just because I proposed to talk for Connect.tech or whatever, and forgot to tell him that I had like double booked that time frame. And, I'd rather experience a little bit of discomfort rather than flake out. And that's what the talk that we're putting together right now. So yeah. When they first sent like the confirmation, like, hey, you're accepted, I was like, ooh, I don't know if I could make it. And for some reason I had it in my head that I had told them no, but I didn't send them a follow-up email saying like I definitely can't. So that's on me. It is what it is. That's my fault. But Connect.tech's actually kind of like a big event. There's a bunch of people going there that I'm looking forward to chatting with again. Right, like Gant Laborde from Infinite Red. He's giving a talk there. Chris DeMars, who used to work at Split.io. I don't know if you've ever met him from like similar feature flag things. But yeah, so I'm going to get to hang out with a couple people on that night as well. So that'll be fun. And then after that, I fly to Austin for like a Get Kraken event with like Atlassian. I booked way too many things for like this like month and a half to 2 month period. It sucks. But you know, it's fun. Note to self, I'm gonna have to like really space out the things I propose talks for. Yeah, future Chris problems became current Chris problems. Exactly. And hey, what's up, Dorama YouTuber and Hydupterus? Interesting that you guys have the same icon over there on the YouTube. Oh, I don't know if you know this, Resonant, but Render ATL and React Miami still have open CFPs. Could be some fun events. And I believe they close like December 10th or something like that, like 10th-ish. Yeah, just figured I'd let you know about those. So Render ATL is kind of like a very broadly focused developer conference. It covers all sorts of stuff, and then React Miami is very like React focused. But I don't know, like React devs need to use feature flags. Figured I'd throw that out at you, you know. Like I'll probably end up proposing a feature flag talk at React Miami anyway, just because I think that stuff's important. I'll probably try and base mine around like the fact that Open Feature has an SDK now. All right, what does that look like using it in React? Yeah, no worries. Yeah, if there's other like fun events that you're considering, I would also appreciate like a cool heads up, especially like the good European ones. When I'm talking about the European ones, I mean the ones that would cover like hotel and flight. Because yeah, I'm not made of money. But yeah, if you end up seeing some of those, right, just let me know. Unless I can make it like really, really like get Kraken focused. For some of those, I could definitely get Kraken to cover some of that stuff. Usually find out about them like the day before the deadline and got to throw something together. Exactly. Yeah, I'll be doing my proposals here on stream again because that's just a fun thing. No, I work for GitKraken. I'm a developer advocate for GitKraken. So if you use GitKraken, I'd love to chat more about that, actually. And we could even like schedule a call just to chat, Harry, if you want. Like if you're a GitKraken user, oh man, I'd love to hear just any opinions you have. Okay, that's fine. Um, Here's the thing, right? And hold on, let me just double check I'm not missing any messages there. I would say GitKraken is more than just a Git GUI these days. So, right, some of our like team collaboration style features, right, like Launchpad, being able to see all of your issues and PRs in one view is really, really cool. Yeah, let me see. Do I have a workspace set up to make that actually Look good. GitLens Launchpad. I guess I haven't set up a good workspace. Right, so I have two different like accounts. Both of them probably need work in like like being able to demonstrate stuff a bit better. But yeah, like how many like different repos do you work on at a time? I think that's an important thing. If you're working on like three or more, being able to like see all of your repos and issues and their statuses in one view is better than like clicking through the tabs for those. Even two, right? Even for two of them, it's still probably better than it could be. Right? So here I see all of my Dependabot messages. Right? I got some that don't have any reviewers assigned. Oh, yep, all Dependabot. So yeah, for all of my open source stuff, I can see all of my Dependabot messages right there in one place. It actually turns out they're all from one repo that I haven't touched for a long time. Okay, I get it. How about issues? Here we go. Yeah, the Giphium issues, orderly, stethoscope, bunch of projects there. So I don't know, right? It's especially useful, I think, if you are the kind of person that contributes to open source as well. Yeah, go for it, one plate. I'm fine with the joke. They pay me to be a developer advocate, so I should at least talk about this stuff when I can. Oh, that's fine, Harry. Just keep in mind, like, even with private corporations, like, right now you're seeing my open source stuff, but you can totally have private repos in here just fine. You don't have to pay for that, but, it could be worth it, especially if, for like team leads and project managers and stuff like that. Being able to see the status of everyone on your team across multiple private repos could be worthwhile. I think Launchpad is our coolest feature. It's amazing. Like I really really like it. I've worked on projects where I had to like juggle a bunch of different things. Yeah, yeah, no worries. And we have, I believe it's a 14-day free trial. Don't quote me on that. I should probably actually be quotable for that, but they've been changing stuff recently. It's not my fault. No, I should be up to date. I should really double check that. But I think it's like a 14-day free trial. So 2 weeks, give it a shot, see if you like it. You know, we're even considering maybe like changing up how we do the free trial stuff. I can't say too much more about that, but yeah, could be cool. All right, so now more about web components. So the history part, right? Talking about, just components in general. And Resonant, yeah, I'm curious about your opinion of that because you were a big, what was it, Dojo user? No, MooTools. MooTools. Um, did MooTools have a concept of components? Or was it more just like utility focused? Right. As far as I understand, like components and like the entire like component architecture. Yeah, they're based in Arizona. I was just at the office like 2 weeks ago. No, so when we're talking about components, we're talking about like the visual approach to things. Oh, nice, Harry. Hell yeah. Yeah, next time I'm in Arizona, we could totally hang out. Like, I'm down. Digits as widgets. Okay. No, no, no. So melted fire, like they would do visual stuff, but not always the same way. Yes, I know that they did have the idea of like, yeah, there was like the jQuery date picker and some of that, but it was less about like pure input and output, and it was more about like decoration. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's a good area. Very bougie, right? Like, oh my god, there are people when you go out to the bars in Scottsdale that really want you to know how rich they are. Like, you know, they really want you to know how much money they have. I tend to refer like the dive bars like Patty's, like over in like Old Town. Yeah, Patty's is great. But okay, so yeah, you're right. jQuery plugins could be similar. I would just simply say it's not quite the same thing, right? Like when we like think about and understand how Sprout Core, right? And actually, let me do this. It's actually iOS to Sprout Core, right? So iOS to Sprout Core to Ember, right? Like the way these things have like a render call, right? In the same way that we have like the return from a React component. Like a lot of this stuff is actually like older. And with jQuery, like it's not quite the same thing because you end up treating the DOM as the source of truth rather than the component as the source of truth. But maybe comparing, right? Like how that works. So yeah, maybe like the source of truth difference. Right? DOM slash jQuery versus component slash Ember. Yeah, yeah. So basically, Sprout Core took the idea of the iOS kind of like component or like view architecture and brought it into the web. And then Sprout Core basically inspired or became Ember. And Ember basically created the entire like component architecture that we still use today in React, Svelte, etc. Right? The inputs, outputs, and like the render like callback. In iOS, it was called a draw function, but it's the same idea. Like on each like iteration of the render loop, the draw function would draw based upon its state. So that's how you would do like really custom iOS components. And Sprout Core basically took that idea from iOS and Objective C in general and brought that to the web. So we owe most of like the web architecture to Sprout Core and Ember. Exactly. 100%. Right. So usage. Right. Let's look at raw web component syntax. Let's look at I think another big part is like the registry And then gaps, right? So like packaging. What's another gap? And let me get more music going. Sorry. Yeah, I may have only been a dev for like 10 years, but because I was doing some other stuff like around that time, like, and when I say dev, like professional dev for about 10 years, I was doing freelance before that, barely making ends meet. And I was always like heavily inspired by a lot of just, yeah, like dev in general. And I have a certificate for iOS dev from University of Washington from 2012, right? So I've been like really into this stuff for quite a while. Teriusio, I hope I said your name right. Can we get English only, please? Just so that everyone's on the same page. Apologies, but yeah, we got to stick with English only so that we all understand each other. I'm pretty sure there's nothing offensive in that, but again, I don't know. So, yeah. It was just French. I understand that, but we gotta be English only here in chat. Sorry. So yeah, the gaps, right? Like packaging, loading, or lazy loading, right? What are some other things that kind of suck about raw web components? Piercing the shadow DOM. I mean, for this talk, I am the supply chain. Frameworks on top. So hold on. Yeah, usage, registry. We'll dig into compatibility. Sure. Yeah, like the life cycle of a component. I would say that probably goes right. We'll do an intro to the syntax and then like the life cycle, which is kind of like the reactivity part, right? I think that's a good point. All right, so life cycle, registry, compatibility, and that's custom elements everywhere. .com. Styling. So that's really like the piercing the shadow DOM thing. No, you can like have events, one plane. Yeah, like basically you would define just like an on event. So yeah, like let's talk about maybe right like the life cycle, in/out, right? In via props, out via events, right? You can subscribe to events just fine. Right? The registry, and the order of these may change up a bit. Right? So piercing the shadow DOM basically only possible via CSS variables. I think that's a good point. I'm not sure what you mean by that. One plane. Right? Okay. All right, so hold on. Intro about me, about Get Kraken. How Get Kraken uses lit. Then we go on to mitosis. No, stop. I just want to indent. An overview. All right, the syntax. Framework support. Context. And yeah, we'll have to like refresh ourselves on mitosis a bit. All right, so Boringer avatars. And what's up, Swish? How you doing? All right, this is getting to be a fairly full-featured talk. So sharing between GKD and GetLens. Reference the blog post and YouTube video. Because, yeah, I made some content for Get Kraken about how we use lit element. Right? I made the blog post and the YouTube video, so I'll get to show my smiling face. What is this yelling about? Spelling stuff? Yeah, spelling stuff don't matter. Right, and then a Q&A section. And, ooh, before I forget, I want to turn off Prettier. Because it's going to mangle a bunch of the stuff in this workspace, and it's going to break a bunch of our rendering. Do I need to reboot? I do. So yeah, and how is everyone's Friday going? Pretty good? Hope it's going good. I'm gonna have to figure out what video game I play tonight. Could be lazy and just play some League or something. Better now that you found a cold drink. What's your cold drink? Whiskey over ice? Nice. Yeah, if I'm not mixing, I tend to do, like when I'm out and about, just a whiskey neat. Um, yeah, like when I'm sipping here, it's just massively watered down whiskey so I can pace myself a bit better. Something you might try eventually. Right? Like by massively watering down your whiskey, you can really like concentrate on like the subtle notes of it. You know, you get to like really like focus on the flavor a lot more rather than the burn. All right, so let's reformat this back a bit. Sure, that makes sense. I had yeah, someone bought me some really really nice scotch at like the second or I guess technically third place we went after the growth book event. And yeah, it was very smooth, like not very peaty. I'm not a big fan of the peat myself. And before someone in chat's like, "My name's Pete. How dare you say that?" Yeah, I'm a bourbon drinker myself as well. Some of the really mellow scotches are quite good though. Uh, One of my close friends, Bedtime Bear, that way I don't dox him, here in chat, he has some really, really nice scotches where, like, yeah, it's not like the typical scotch to me, and it was delicious. There are definitely some really, really, like, non peaty scotches. Definitely not the, what is it, Islays? I forget. Isla? I don't know how to pronounce it. We could be naive and just say Islay. Well, that's incorrect. Isla. There you go. Ooh, and Sergeant Pepper. Um, how goes your Postman clone? I was lurking last night. You were going late. Project saving, etc. Nice. Yeah, how are you doing the I guess like the scripting part? I'd love to see a trigger system like Insomnia. I know I've pointed that out to you before, but it's really, really cool. Okay, cool. Yeah, anyone here ever used Insomnia for like Postman style stuff? I know you could just use curl, but there's some like a really nice feature in Insomnia where you can use parts of the response from another request as like a value in a request, and if it's like past like a level of staleness, it can make a refetch for that, like the first request to get the value to plug into the second. Like it's really really cool. Syntax highlighting, code generation, and the trigger stuff. Nice. Yeah, sounds fun. All right, so first step, we go and clear out just all of this junk. I mean, you can compile stuff into a web component as a dependency. You can totally do that. But I guess what you mean is like the final result is self-contained, right? And how they are the fastest? Are they, though? No, I'm not saying require no dependencies. Gotcha. So that's what I was saying. When you say there is no dependencies with web components, that is very different from requires no dependencies. Right? Like the first way you phrased it almost made it seem like you can't use dependencies. So I get that. Yeah, that makes sense. Sure. Right. I think that works. But as far as speed, I'm less sure about that. Now hold on. We would still need to look at some of these like frameworks on top. Is Stencil in the list? Right? So Stencil's in there, right? So I would say in this case, right, Stencil is basically just compiling a raw web component. And, for all intents and purposes. Right? If we look at lit, same idea. Right? So lit HTML is definitely not the fastest. Right? There are things that beat it. Right? Now, there isn't a raw web component version, but I would say the wrappers around web components are probably, enough. Here we go. UI5 web components. There's one option. It's just all the UI5 stuff. So I'm less familiar with what UI5 even is. Oh, here's the vanilla JS WC. Oh, there we go. Okay, so the WC is probably something I should have looked for. So even then, right, like not the fastest, million, which ends up being basically React syntax, ends up being way faster. Way faster is probably the wrong term. way faster was a bad statement, but it is, 1.09 versus 1.12 compared to like the baseline vanilla JS. And yeah, I haven't actually looked at Mikado or Sonnet or Delight yet. I feel like I've looked at Do HTML before. Ooh, Vanilla JS web components do have a better memory profile, though, compared to a lot of this other stuff. Still not better than Sonnet or Delight, though. Oh, got it. So you can still author basically a template string that then gets turned into this. Right? So it's just function calls at that point. Okay. Hmm. And then what was the other? Delight, DELEI, Delate maybe. JS. Okay, Delate because they're using the 8. Okay. I don't think I like it. Yeah, it seems like a toy language or toy framework. Sonnet looks okay. Still not sure I like this whole like just script and get semantic. But it does get away without having to worry about like the life cycle. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. All right, so the vanilla JSWC ends up being, somewhat heavy as far as like transferred size and first paint. First paint's not bad, but transferred size could be better. It's actually, no, it's better than a lot of stuff. Yeah, it's better than a lot of stuff. So yeah, kind of cool. So yeah, maybe I do want to at least like show some of these benchmarks. Yeah. You think it's worth shouting out performance, at least in like a slide or two? All right, so hold on. We got some time. Let me go use the restroom real quick because I'm about to break that seal. But yeah, I gotta pee. I'll be right back. And yeah, this is the part where we got to start thinking about actually taking what we have in our outline and turning it into actual slides. Okay, so I'm back. And yeah, no worries, Swish. Thanks for the lurk. All right, so a presentation about web components and mitosis and how sure. hold on. Let me look at this. So usage, blah, blah, blah. Polymer, lit element, stencil. And we say that, but let me do this. Angular elements. Because I think it's pretty compelling. Because, yeah, I don't know if, people in chat here have been here long enough to remember, but I totally gave a talk at Seattle React about how to use Angular components inside of React, which was really cool. I also gave a talk about how to use Angular 2 components via Angular elements inside of AngularJS as possibly a migration strategy. Now, most people are probably not on AngularJS, but because this is at a place called Connect.tech, there might be people still having that problem. And I think it would be kind of cool to address. Oh, hold on. I do see a quick work message. Hold on. Let me share this out. Sorry. Yep. Just got to pass on some feedback. Okay, there we go. And, ooh, melted fire. 1 second. Sorry. Yeah, I see the link already, so you don't need to repost it. And we'll take a look here in stream. But you do have link privileges in the future. Oh. Yeah, no, I like this. Yeah, thanks. That's a great link. And there's a lot more than I actually realized. Yeah, some of these I've never even heard of. Ooh, Skate.js. Yeah, old school. I had to use the Skate.js library when I was doing the, it was either the React or the AngularJS compat. Oh, looks like we have an unban request. I'll take a look at it. Are we going to take bets on if it's a sincere one? What do y'all think? What do y'all think? It was 4 years ago. We'll allow it. We'll allow it. Please don't make me regret it. All right. So, Afonso, if you're out there, happy to have you chat. Feel free. Just be cool. That's all. All right. And yeah, great link. I really appreciate that, Melted. All right. So our next steps, though. Let's Do I have any of the other presentations open? No. Let me copy some boilerplate from this one. That'll be my like intro slide, like description about me and some of that stuff. I should really turn some of this into a reusable theme. All right, so another thing I need to grab is the intro stuff. Okay, so you thought there was like a new bug, but it was a bug that existed forever. Nice. All right, so hold on. We're gonna get rid of. Yeah, I probably should have just copied the one image I needed. All right, so yeah, QR code and self-portrait, those are gonna stay. Damn, it's already almost 4, huh? I think we could have number 2. I'm gonna try and space these out by like 2 hours each, but we'll see. Because it's Friday. Make it a light one. Yeah, exactly. I'm sipping on one called Trade Water. It's new to me, never had it before. Been listening to me in the background. Nice. Good feedback, I hope. Right? Like good background noise. Came back because the sound of the whiskey bottle opening. Yeah. Yeah. It's like when, in old timey movies when they're like calling you for dinner, they do like the triangle or whatever, right? Dinner, right? Whiskey bottle does the same thing. Boom. Right, there we go. And yeah, how you doing, Heiner? And yeah, we're pacing ourselves. I don't want to overdo it, especially because I need to wake up early-ish tomorrow and do more video editing. All right, and let's double check this. So I'm going to be at Connect.tech. It's going to be my first time going to it, but I've heard a lot of people speak very highly of it. Right, and it's got kind of a stacked like group. Right, they got me going basically first thing in the morning. I'm not going to be able to make it for Gant Labord's talk, but I should be able to make it for my own. I hope. But yeah, like, let's look at some of the people, right? Like, it's pretty stacked. So, Alex Riviere, I hope I'm saying that name right. He's definitely streamed here on Twitch before. You might have caught his streams. I forget what his stream name is, but I got to meet him in person, and super cool dude. Yes, I've seen Angie's talk. She's from the TBD team. They're doing like decentralized identity stuff, which is super cool. There I am. Hey, there's another Chris right there. Oh, looks like it's all alphabetical based on first name. Nice. The relationship of ally and BS. Curious what word that is. Looks like Corey House is giving 2 talks. Interesting. So yeah, it's going to be cool to see Chris DeMars again, though. I'm looking forward to that. Gant, super awesome dude. So yeah, here's his like keynote. Here's his like actual like other talk. Looks like he's doing a 3rd one. He does like to talk in like the nicest way. I'm just trying to see like how many other people I recognize from the list. No, all right. So that's about it. So I got a chance to make some new friends. We're going to skip this song because it's a bunch of noise. I wish they had listed the company I'm at, but whatever. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, all these people have much, much better titles and descriptions, but that'll be fine. So here's my question. They've got a reception. Okay. Where's the party? Where's the party at? Oh, and wait. Did they attribute this workshop to Gant? They did. Meanwhile... Oh, maybe they're doing it as a joint talk? Or it's just a bug. I'm going to guess it's a bug. But yeah, after party is the most important question. For sure. 100%. All right. So in this one we're doing here, yeah, I forgot why I popped that open. I wanted to make sure I have my title correct. Hold on. What does mitosis specifically mean? No, not cell division. There we go. No. There we go. All right, so there's our first slide. Let's pop this open. What do we want to do for a background image? That one's actually not bad. So hold on, cross framework components. Can I do a /n here? Nope. Yeah, I can do that at least. And yeah, I do kind of want to think about like a good background image for this, but we don't need to solve that right now. Anyone got any ideas on what a good background image for this would be? And before I forget, let's look at the theme. Of Connect.tech. So yeah, we see that blue, and we see this yellow. Because yeah, it's something I've been trying to do lately. I'm trying to make sure my slides kind of match the theme a little bit, right? Of like the conference I'm going to. So my Squiggle Conf talk definitely used a bunch of their like styling and colors and image assets type stuff. All right, so we do the introduction. You're saying a gecko might be a good background image? Okay, not a bad idea. I'm curious. Do you have like some good like reasoning or you know insights into why, or do you just really like geckos? Oh no. Don't worry about the green background color. Um, no. That's gonna change. Yeah. So ignore the color. Right. The color is decided by what we pick for the background. So it's more like what kind of thing would make the most sense for like when talking about cross framework compatibility type stuff. I almost want to do like Legos. Yeah, I kind of like that one. It's one option at least. No, no, no. We're talking about just components, right? So web components, right? Or how do you build a UI using components? Things like that. This is all about just front end dev, right? Composability, things like that. I like I like the idea of Legos, but not the characters. It's not out of your league. Ooh, I think this is the one. Yep, no, I think this is the one. Yeah, I'm okay with it. Yeah, a lot of like how you put things together is left up to you. Yeah, I think it works great. I think it's perfect. So what you're saying is I nailed it. Thank you. I agree. I concur. Do you concur? Exactly. Yeah. All right. Not bad. Not bad. I almost want to make the background just a little bit darker, but we can do that as another step, right? I want to get the content kind of out there first. All right, so git kraken devx platform. This is the image I was looking for. Hmm. Let me get more music going. I know there's a better image I could use for this. Really? Did I not? Huh. There we go. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I can just save this one. And yeah, anyone just getting here, how is your Friday going? We're gonna do an image there. It's not Get Kraken logo, it's just Get Kraken. All right, and then max H here is going to be Let's just give it a like an REM value. How many REM do we think it is? So let's just say 40 REM. Oh, nice. Hey, Zayu. How you doing? Ooh, you were doing some AT Proto stuff. Nice. I was just looking at some of that earlier. Whimsy Gang, eh? Trademark, patent pending. And Code Drift, also thank you for the raid. Hold on. Yeah, let's do the shoutouts. We'll do Zayu first. And Zayu, what you up to? Oh, if I could spell. That's what we call a two-player swing. Sorry. Anytime I get a chance to quote the movie Dodgeball, I quote the movie Dodgeball. Okay, so we did those shout-outs. All right, we can do this shout-out for the Code Drift. Oh, I gotta wait 30 seconds. We can do like the regular shout-out for him now. So yeah, both of you. So Zayu, what were you doing? Right, you're doing more, right? myb.zayu.dev custom third-party client. Okay, so it's a third-party client for Blue Sky. Got it. That sounds fun. I was thinking it would be kind of like some good content to do like a Rust SDK for Blue Sky and AT Proto. I feel like that'd be cool. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge there, Sergeant Pepper. It's got way too many types. I mean, that's part of the fun, isn't it? Wrapped up doing some Wasm stuff with Stripe. Interesting. Yeah, I'd love to know way more about that there, Code Drift. I'm a huge fan of Wasm. I was just at KubeCon and I went to like the WasamCon like micro event. And that was awesome. Yeah, Melted Fire. Like that movie is so quotable. I can't hear the word necessary without auto completing that quote from the coach. Yeah, no worries, Zayu. Yep, have a good one. Yeah, we'll see you soon. I might play some League later. So how was Cube? You were down in LA, so you didn't head out that way. Gotcha. I mean, I think it was good. I left Wednesday morning, so I didn't catch like most of KubeCon. In fact, like I ended up missing out on getting to meet up with Chris Esplin and like the highlight crew. So yeah, I missed out on that. I didn't realize they were even going to be there. I might have even tried to like stay longer if I'd known. But no, it was a cool event. Like the parties, like it's crazy. how big the parties get. Now, some people definitely like took advantage more so than they should at the Growth Book Signas event, but also just free drinks is cool. And then there was another event like that ended up being like right nearby, and that one was hosted by Red Hat, and that one was cool too. I got no qualms drinking on Red Hat's dime, like the expensive stuff. They can afford it. But yeah, yeah, really cool event. I got to meet Jeremy Morgan. I don't know if you guys know him. He's been like a Pluralsight instructor for a long time. He's now at another company that I forget the name of. Yeah, Red Hat. Well, I don't know if they were like technically the rule was like anything under $25, but it's Utah. So, yeah, like a $25 shot is fairly high shelf. And this was at a place that had a lot of whiskeys. So it wasn't like limitless. And really, Growth Book and Signas should have done a similar like upper limit. You know, one of those like live and learn moments. But yeah, I sipped on some nice bourbons there. Technically, someone got me like an expensive scotch that wasn't too peaty, and that was delicious. So the project was some of the WASM stuff we chatted about before. Request response telemetry capture for Stripe. Managed to get most of the plugin built in the span of the stream. Awesome. Yeah, that's legit. Yeah, really cool. Yeah, one of the like I have a talk for JS Nation. That one is about like a different kind of serverless, like using Wasm in the browser. So I ended up doing like I did a longer talk at Seattle JS, like the meetup, and then I did like a 20-minute version of that same talk for JS Nation pre-recorded. And then there's also that one I did for SquiggleConf that I think is probably the thing that we've chatted like more about before. So when I did that SquiggleConf talk, that was about like plugin systems. And when I went to GitHub Universe, I got to meet like the main dude from Xtism. I forget the name of the company behind it, but yeah, that was super cool too. I'm really into WebAssembly. I think it is really the future. And I love the fact that I live here in Seattle, so I've gotten to go out drinking with Gary Bernhardt, which was awesome. Dilipso, yes, yes, yes. Oh, that's right, that's right. Sorry, Code Drift, brain fart. Yes, we chatted about that. We were totally there. Yeah, yeah, duh, duh. I just brain fart. Yes, duh. Awesome. Yep, yep. Sorry, like I totally remember your face. I didn't have like your chat name like directly associated with you. I That'll be the last time I make that mistake of forgetting that. And yeah, like feel free to link your product. Hold on, 1 second. Okay, you're already a regular. Yeah, feel free to link your tool because I think it's really cool. But yeah, like it's just been a whirlwind of conferences for me. So that's the OSS loader. All right. And Taskless is the company. That's right. And yes, observability and telemetry for third-party APIs. Yeah, really cool. Okay, right. So that's just like the server control panel enterprisey stuff. Yep. You guys are going to be doing like a massive overhaul? Nice. I think it looks fine already. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys do after that. You guys should lock down a Blue Sky account too. Probably be a good idea. Better docs. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Documentation is huge for sure. Absolutely. Duh. That's the right way to do that. And yeah, you're totally right. Like, I think that's one of the comments I made prior. Like, I land here. Where's the documentation? Like, that's what I'd want to look at with how to integrate and all that stuff. And I know you got some of that here, but yeah, can't beat good SEO. And yeah, like writing plugins, like that'll be some good docs right there. Yeah, super cool. Exactly. Yep. I mean, well, I don't know if y'all are hiring. I do know that Zayu, who also just rated us, is looking for a new gig because I believe OpenSauce is now part of like the Linux Foundation. So, you know, a little bit of a change there. Could be a thing. Just had to throw that out there. She's good people. Imaginary yacht and stockland. Touche. Yeah, I totally get that. Yep. Yeah, I'm thinking about like there's like a mini project I totally want to launch. I'm thinking about doing it on top of Cloudflare so I can use this Launchpad like funding program. What as far as like the startup kind of thing? Yeah, yeah, for sure. No, it's tough. No, I definitely want to start a business. Oh, I mean, I would say could be worth applying. Now it's more focused on workers, but if you're already going to do R2, I'm sure you could figure out a way to use workers. Oof. Yeah, that's not ideal. And yeah, base 64 is already like increasing that size more than it should. Yeah, I get that. Oh, grammar check. That should probably be do. You did a blog post about the Wasm journey? Ooh, okay. It's probably not published yet, but eventually. Nah, no worries. It's not a big deal. I'm sorry. It just jumped out at me. I didn't mean to give you a task on a Friday night. Oops. It's true. Yeah, yeah. But also not the most important thing. But, yeah. If you got time, you can do it. Yeah, anytime I see the phrase service mesh, I really think like, is your target customer like users of Kubernetes? Because that could make a lot of sense. Right? Envoy, console. Yeah, yeah. Right, right. I think the problem is that like the term I think got co-opted into being a Kubernetes thing when realistically it's not just a Kubernetes thing. But when people hear it, like I just did, I automatically started thinking Kubernetes. Ooh, an L7 here. Someone's still doing what's the stack name? Oh my god, brain fart. Come on, brain. OSI model. That's it. Someone's still doing OSI model. I do kind of like how OSI model has been simplified lately into just TCP/IP stack. It's basically the same thing. But yeah, cool stuff. For everyone joining from the two raids that we just got, the stuff that we're working on is a presentation about cross framework components using custom elements or a thing called mitosis. I actually need to have these slides done by Tuesday because I give a talk in Atlanta because I scheduled way too many talks back to back. Way too many talks. Like, note to self, right? In the future, space them out a bit or remember to tell people I can't make it. Sold. Yeah, so I'm using a tool called SlideDev. I don't know if you've heard of SlideDev before, but it's amazing. Like, it's really, really good. I used to do my slides via Pandoc. So I would do them as Markdown and then compile it through Pandoc into Reveal.js. But SlideDev ends up giving you really, really cool features. Let's see. Do they have a good... Like it's built by Anthony Fu or Ant Fu. So it has like native support for things like Shiki Magic Move, which is a tool that he made. Yeah, here you go. Right. So in your slide presentation, you get support for like those kind of like transition animations. You can do like Vue.js like components directly within your slides. It's really cool and powerful. But you don't need to know Vue to use it. I want to point that out right now. And yeah, we were in the middle of changing how this slide's going to work. I'm actually just going to do this for the image. We'll do an empty title. See if this works. And I think we end up doing this as background instead. There we go. Yeah, real nice. Um, oh, and this is how do we do Tailwind BG color? I don't want to do background itself. Oh, no, I do. BG transparent. Nope, that would work. So I might need to create like a separate layout. Let me go look at the SlideDev layouts. Oh, I just want to make it image. Maybe. There we go. All right, so there we go. So when we get back to it, right, we've got the history part that comes up next. Oh, and Stan LaFresh, thank you for that follow. I'm sorry I left you hanging. QCon. Yeah, 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 yeah. Man, yeah, Slidev is really nice. And it even, hold on, let me go show you. Let me go back to features. Right, line numbering for code blocks. That's not the main one. Line highlighting, right? So if you want to like highlight specific lines, oh, do they not have a? Hmm. Okay, so hold on. They're the folks that used to run Open Webcamp. There is a Rust Wasm track planned or whatever. So might as well jump into their lightning talk track. Hell yeah. Yeah, I gave a presentation at the Rust Manning conference online about using U, right? Like yew.rs. Hold on. Oh, I don't have that one. All right, hold on. I don't know if you've heard of U before, right? Like YEW. But hold on, I want to show this off. I'm really, really proud of this talk. Just the memes. So, Rust, Wasm, and you too. So we're gonna skip through a lot of these, right? What is you? Blah blah blah. Wasm, wat, whatever. Right? Sure, we talk about that. Oh, and hold on. I missed one of these. So yeah, what is a you developer's favorite song? It's not unusual. All right. So then, what is a you developer's favorite musical instrument? A ukulele. Where do devs go to learn about you? A university. What does Batman use to climb a tree? His utility belt. So wrapping up, right? I point out some really cool devs that do like Rust and U stuff. And yeah, like U is great for doing front end applications that compile to Wasm, and you can get some major performance stuff from it. But does that mean that this is goodbye to React or Angular or etc. for me? Probably not for me, but I can think of at least one dev who's never going to give you up. Nailed it. I was so proud of this. Nailed it. This might be my favorite like presentation I've ever given. You definitely did. You definitely did. Yeah, exactly. And hey, what's up, Freshwater Fern? How you doing? What were you up to today? All right, so UI and some polished stuff around sound effects. Okay, nice. Um, I may have asked you before. Are you looking for any like voice acting? If so, allow me to throw my hat into the ring. Some people who've watched me play some games. Okay, so you're not currently. That's right. No worries. No, I'm not even looking for hiring. I'm just saying, like, I would love to build up my resume by contributing pro bono to projects from people here on Twitch. So, yeah, I'm not looking to get paid. I'm just saying I'm looking to contribute so I can throw it on a resume. Yeah, no worries there, Code Drift. Have a good one. Yeah, for sure. And yeah, see you on Blue Sky. Ah, I mean, I can be a jerk sometimes too. Come on, don't jinx me. But yeah, so like when you say you were polishing the UI, like what what were you doing? And yeah, like the stuff around sound effects. Yeah, I'm curious about that bit. In the inventory, you can right click and get a context menu for items. Okay. So maybe like a whoosh type sound when it like shows the menu like flying out or something. Like the context menu. Whoosh. Please tell me. Oh, there you go. Well, yeah. You're welcome. Please tell me you're going to make the sound with your own voice, like, because that'd be even better, right? Right? You can be your own Foley artist, right? That'd be great. There's also, what is it, Michael Winslow or whatever, right? The guy from Police Academy that does the sound effects. He's on Cameo. And hey, Adam Learns Live, Mr. Sir. Oh, you two know each other? Even better. Awesome. Right? Probably from streaming still, but like, yeah, awesome. Yeah, yeah, take a break. That's usually what happens when you finish streaming. Like, I get it. Adam, you were so close to the Power Man 5000 song, right? This is what it's like when worlds collide. Now, I might be the only kid that was like, only person here that was listening to Korn back then. Fine, I get it. They make the cool mouth sounds. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah. See, so now I'm too self conscious to make those sounds. Oh, well, I'll add you there, Pro Puke. No big deal. Why not? I can just throw you into the bot. We have the technology. All right, so that's not nearly as fun. Hold on, wait. Let's do it as a super villain instead. And yeah, Adam, what were you up to today? As foreshadowed, yeah, no worries, Adam. Yep. Have a good one. Yeah, yeah, no worries. Have a good night, Adam. We'll see you soon. So yeah, everyone out there, I would recommend you throw this game onto your wish list. It's already on mine, I think, but I'm just not logged in right now. Now I got to double check that. It is on my wish list. Okay, good. Oh, and I forgot to ask. Yeah, freshwater fern. Do you have a link to your game, like wish list or anything, or like your game on Steam or whatever, so that we can wish list it? Okay, yeah, yeah, you're a regular. Cool. Yeah, throw out the link if you got a chance. No worries if not. And Khalid, what you up to over there on YouTube? What am I building? I am building a slide presentation for a conference that happens on Tuesday. So I'm cutting it down to the wire, aren't I? Uh, well, that's not good, Fohammer. No offense, like I don't want anyone else running it either then, because that sounds brutal. But yeah, basically anyone out there, do not fiddle around with BTRFS commands. And yeah, you're not banned or anything. You know that, right? Just really don't want anyone accidentally like copying and pasting and fiddling with it. That's all. So anyone that came in from Freshwater Fern stream, right? Because I'm guessing they had to step away, which totally makes sense. Yeah. Freshwater Fern said they needed to take a short break. If they end up having a like a Steam listing, I guess is the word. Uh, Feel free to like paste it here. And yeah, I should have asked them when they rated it first. So hopefully we see them in a bit. And yeah, so for everyone joining from the like 3 or 4 raids that we just got, I am working on some slides, and this is all like front end, like web stuff. It's about cross framework components, and we are working on, getting some content into here. We've got our outline so that we know kind of what we're doing, but we still got to like fill out the content. Aw, thank you, anonymous gifter. Yeah, Adam's the best. I'm lucky. I've even had the chance of meeting him in person, and he's just as awesome in person as he is on stream. And yeah, thank you for that gifted sub. So yeah, like let's think about the history of this. I'm thinking we'll do this, and we'll get some image. Right, we'll head to Unsplash. Oh. I kind of like this one. Oh, that's Unsplash Plus, though. Nope. That could work. All right, we'll leave that for now. No, I'm not much of a game dev. I've done some very light game dev stuff in the past, but I'm typically just a web dev for pretty much most of what I do. Now, keep in mind, like I have an iOS development certificate, and one project I was building back in the day was a mobile version of Civilization. I didn't get very far with it, but it was I still had pathfinding. I had a map. I had some characters, but when I say characters, I mean units. But I didn't get very far with that. Here on stream, I've done maybe one like mobile game kind of thing in the past, and it's basically like if you've ever heard of Words with Friends, same idea but Battleship instead. So you make a turn, it's the next person's chance to like take their turn, but it could be like a day between them. And I still want to do that game, but I personally don't think I'm going to reach a level of profitability with a game that I could reach with a software as a service. So my current focus is to build software as a service type web stuff. So one of the big ones is Walter. Oh, it's Get Walter. Yeah, and I'm not saying you can't be profitable. I'm just saying like my ability to build something that I think I could profit from and then allow myself to pursue more passion projects. I think, yeah, software as a service is my quickest way to that. So yeah, Walter is also pivoting a bit for some of the things that we'll be doing. Oh yeah, for sure, Mike. Yeah. Yeah, I've been over there a bit. Um I'm user number like 1 million or something. I've been cross posting to it for a while. But yeah, I think now it's just going to be where I do my main posting and then, you know, I'll treat the worst platform as another like just cross post platform. There you go. Damn right. Damn right. And hold on, you weren't at KubeCon, were you? Because I'd be bummed if I missed out on a chance to meet you. Oh, you got to go? Yeah, no worries. Thanks for saying hi. Okay, you weren't cool. I got to meet Jeremy Morgan out there. I don't know if you've met him before, but yeah, that was cool. Yeah, he's great. Yeah, he's super cool. Yeah, I got to get some drinks with him and just hang out. Like, yeah, it was awesome. Aw, dude. Thank you. Oh yeah, like yeah, you can totally look that stuff up. And wait, JYC, is that your tool? Like, did you build that tool? I just looked at it earlier. So I guess it's closer to 2 million, but yeah, that is. Oh man, that's awesome. Yeah, that's really cool, man. Like, well done. The layout and like, yeah, like it's very nice, very polished. I forget who I saw like post theirs, but yeah, it was awesome. So yeah, well done. And hold on, who all got hit by the gifts? So Refuski, Hex, Castlowexy, Jessimica, and the average goob. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, there's a fair amount of people here. Really easy dodge. And yeah, thanks, Mike. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm stoked to see Blue Sky like blowing up. Yeah, thanks, Mike. Hopefully, we'll get to meet at some conference here eventually, right? One of these days. You let me know which conferences you're planning on going to, and I'll make sure I submit some talk proposals. There we go. I don't know if I can drink an entire bucket worth of booze. I'm kidding. Bad joke. I mean, not with that attitude, right? But yeah, yeah. Just let me know what conferences you're considering. I couldn't drink a bucket worth of beer, even. What's up, Jedzo, Mister Sir? Ooh, so real quick, one thing I got to do. I got to use the restroom. I got to pour some more water because I'm not drinking this straight. So I will be right back. And yeah, we're gonna continue building out these slides. Right, the outline is what I'll leave you with. That way, you guys can kind of help me think about what this content might be. And yeah, I got to get this talk done like today and tomorrow, basically, and then maybe a little bit of polish on my flight on Sunday. So yeah, let me go use the restroom, and I will leave you guys with the best BRB screen on Twitch. BRB, see you in a sec. All right, and I'm back. And yeah, how's everyone's Friday? Anything fun? Just chilling? Hell yeah. For work, you also tend to do web stuff? Nice. What kind of tech do you work with normally? And let me do one quick thing over here. Oh, and yeah, let me follow you there, JYC. Hell yeah, thank you. Ooh, Jacob, for sure. Awesome. Yeah, I was just heading to Blue Sky to send a message to someone. Uh, there we go. Can I not send an image in a message? All right, one second. Sorry, just had to send this off to someone who is looking for a job. So big fan of TypeScript in your free time, mostly C++ for game type stuff, I'm guessing. Working on a VR game in Godot. Nice. Yeah, at GitKraken, the company I work at, we just recently migrated GitKraken Desktop from Flow to TypeScript. And like, yeah, I'm looking to like technically I need to get some good like notes and like metrics, but it's massively sped up our build times. Like massively. So, right, like people will complain about TypeScript being slow, but at least it's not Flow. So, yeah, I'll be proposing some talks for conferences about that. We'll make a blog post and probably a YouTube video about it here at some point, too. All right, so now let's look at a timeline for web components. And let me just do one other thing real quick. Yeah, it's good stuff. Um, yeah, one of the people from what is it? TypeScript Michigan? Is that his stream name? Michigan TypeScript? Yeah, Dimitri. Yep. So yeah, he, I'll just link him. Basically, he just tweeted or maybe Blue Skyed or whatever, some platform. He just recently posted that there's some major change coming to TypeScript that's gonna like really, really improve things. I'm kind of curious about that. I'm wondering if it's like a result or option type, like natively, which would be cool. Yeah, I'm just speculating. He hasn't hinted about it yet, but he did say that it's like big stuff is coming. And here we go. We get some history. Nice. All right, so 2011. Actually, we'll just copy this. All right, let's see how that starts to look. It's a bit busy. Way better. Way better. All right, so what I want to do next is let's style this just slightly nicer. Were those three really all 2018? Are you saying I don't have enough emojis? Is that what you're trying to tell me? I don't have nearly enough emojis? You're not wrong. Maybe. Well, don't worry. I'll be talking about boringer avatars here in a bit. I think this qualifies, right? I'll definitely have a whole slide full of like a screenshot of this. That comes way later, though. But yeah, just in case you've never heard of it, I made boringer avatars. Technically, boring avatars already existed. Oh, I threw an extra slash on there by mistake. Wait, how did you get that image embedded in there? Why is it so big? How'd you do that? How'd you do that? But anyway, for anyone who hasn't heard of boringer avatars, I just forked a thing called boring avatars. Oh, it's a channel point thing. Got it. That makes more sense. And basically, these avatars are programmatically generated. So if you give it a name, right, and we'll go back to the demo, like Mary Baker, it's going to take that name and hash it into a bunch of numbers that are then how they generate random images, but they're not random, they're deterministic. So what that means is you can ship just this JS library, and I forget the exact size of it. It's definitely less than like 40K, and use this for placeholder images for users in your application. Right? And it's better than one of those like generic, like, shadow user icons that like everyone gets the same one. Right? At least with this, someone can get a different one, which is kind of cool. Right? And you got different styles you can do too, right? So marble versus pixel versus sunset versus Bauhaus, ring, right? So you can like pick one that fits the theme of your application better, and users get a slightly different icon based upon their username. Pretty cool, right? You can randomize the color palette. right? Well, technically it's not random in your app. I'm just randomizing it so you can see the versatility. And yeah, it's pretty cool. The boring avatars library is just for React. So instead, I used a tool called mitosis to then port it to React, Vue, Angular, Solid, Quick, Svelte, like all that stuff. Pretty nifty, right? Right? I wrote it in one language called mitosis, and it outputs to all of these. So it's pretty cool. There we go. This one's just for you there, Seb. And thank you. Appreciate the sub. Hell yeah. All right, let me throw it back to superhero for now. Boars are friends, not food. No. Boars are food. And yeah, what's up, Bob? How you doing? So yeah, just in case anyone wants to use Boringer avatars in their framework of choice, right? Probably besides React. Here it is. And this is not web components. This is actually taking a very specific syntax that mitosis has, and then they use an abstract syntax tree to break it down and turn it back into an actual native component for these frameworks. So it's another approach that we will be getting at later in this talk that I'm building. So we got a lot of content to build. So yeah, we've got, right, these two slides definitely need like better visuals, but we got the content there, the timeline. Now let's go look at performance. And we can do a few slides for that. Yeah, and I think it depends, right? Like mitosis makes the most sense for things that don't need context. I understand that it does have the concept of context, but it's really only useful for like pure components, right? And I would say at the end of the day, it depends on how many like frameworks and libraries and things like that that you're going to need to support. If they're all React already, well then, yeah, might not be worth the effort. If you do end up having teams that are using Vue and some teams are using Svelte and blah, 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 building out a design system using mitosis might make a lot of sense. But yeah, it gets trickier that way. And yeah, like it's going to be hard to convince some VPs of anything. Like I worked at a company that was a life insurance company, and the VP, right? I think it was a VP, could have been someone higher up even, might have even been CTO, dictated that everything must be Azure. So then like certain things became, way more annoying to deal with. Like Azure's great, except when it's not. And the things where it's not great end up being really annoying. The thing we ended up needing was like a static IP address so that we could have an external company. He probably did have Microsoft stock. Yeah. Right? An external company who was maintaining and building out our CMS. We needed them to like send a request to our webhook to let us know that we needed to rebuild and refetch like blog posts and stuff so that we could do like static site rendering for our marketing site. If I go and launch that site right now, they still haven't figured out the static site rendering. So their SEO is just fucked. But this is also the company that had a really bad manager for our team who drove off like 3 of the best engineers there, me and 2 other really good back-end engineers. Technically, it was like a lower manager who fucked me. Basically, he ratted on me to the manager above him. It was his first week as like a lower manager. And he ratted me out that I was streaming during company hours, even though I worked outside company hours. And yeah, like, I don't know. I'm pretty sure that dude thought I was going to acquiesce and like just do what the other manager said. Because, you know, he's spineless. Obviously, everyone else is going to be spineless too. Nah, definitely not. No. I do what I want. I believe that was just a major miscalculation for someone's first week as being a manager. Mm-hmm. I believe he thought I was just going to go along with it. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, I landed fine. Timing wasn't great because I was planning on like, you know, applying for like home loan type stuff and all that. So that was a bummer, but whatever. Like they weren't paying me enough to give a shit. Now they were paying me more than the company before that, but they weren't paying me nearly enough for me to give a shit. Because life insurance companies, they're cheap. They're super cheap. They don't want to pay anyone what they're worth. So, yeah, no, like, yeah, I got terminated. That's the only time I've ever been terminated from a job. Ever. Ever. Right? Even when I was working shit jobs at ski resorts. So, how bad were those managers for that? Just saying. One of them things. But yeah, nah, shit's fine. I just think it's funny when a company doesn't realize the talent that they're like underpaying for and they decide to cast it off. Like, oh man. I just feel bad for him, you know? The only regret is that it happened like a week before there was going to be like a full on, like fully paid trip to AWS reInvent. Because it was going to be our like on site, like everyone kind of like meeting up and hanging out together thing. That's the only bummer from it. But meh. I've been to Vegas before. Eh. I didn't miss much. But here's the thing I want to do next, right? The JS performance benchmarks. Do we have... I think I closed that link. So yeah, we'll have to just find another. Here's the thing. And I'll drop the subject, right? I don't want to dwell on it too much. The bad manager I had, not like the guy that was new to it, but the one that was bad that drove off 3 like senior engineers. I've actually seen him at least once where he saw me too. And he was spineless, right? Like, I saw him, I said, hey, blah, blah, blah. No need to dox him. And he just kept walking because he's spineless. So that's fun. Now, maybe here's the thing. Maybe I'm too into confrontation. I might be a little too confrontational. In some cases, it's a flaw, and in other cases, it's a major benefit. They just cut half their engineers there, Pro Puke. Oh, that company's going down anyway. Ooh, good luck. Nah, that company's done for. Unless they're Amazon. Like, no company can actually afford to do that and actually stay relevant. Right? That is a company on life support. This is going to be morbid, but that's a David Lynch company, right? They need an oxygen tank to walk. And yes, it's actually really sad. I don't know if you guys know, like David Lynch, he started smoking at 9. Some story I read. But like, yeah, he's like in his 60s, I think. And yeah, he needs an oxygen tank just to walk around. So don't smoke cigarettes. It's just not worth it. What's up, Esh? How you doing? All right, so we're going to grab some screenshots here. And yeah, it's a shame. David Lynch, fantastic director. I'm a fan for sure. But you know, decisions do have consequences sometimes. With a cold bear, why is it cold? Don't they have all that fur? I know, I know. I totally got it the moment I read it, but it's still a good fun joke, isn't it? Come on. That was a solid joke. That was a solid joke. Okay, it wasn't that solid, but whatever. All right, so this is perf. Duration. Yeah, a polar bear, right? Not a cool bear, a polar bear. That's what you meant there, Sweesh, right? There you go. Yeah, polar bear joke. All right, we're making this a really light one. That way I can pace myself, but still, like, sip. I like a good sip. Ooh, yeah. Corey Weathers. Hell yeah. All right, so we'll do duration 1. I also maybe want to do a duration 2 in which we scroll it a little bit. And then we see like the wasm, the solid, the svelte. Oh, really? In Germany, polar bears are ice bear? Oh, that's kind of interesting. It's cool to know. Well, I think I like this one better, like right in the middle there. So we're gonna do perf duration 2. But I need more music. Right, because they live near the poles. Yeah, yeah, I get it. Actually, are polar bears only the North Pole? Or are they at the South Pole too? That would seem like a long way for them to like, for like the same species to be co-located. So I would guess polar bears are not at the South Pole. They're just North Pole. Okay. They never get to meet a penguin. Well, wait. So penguins are only South Pole? I guess I didn't know that either. I mean, they can swim. I guess it's a long swim. Polar bears can swim too. Yeah, touche. All right, so I like the perf one. All right, let's look at memory allocation. Here we go. Well, I feel like seals are actually worldwide. Oh, they gotta watch their cholesterol. Okay, touche. Come on, Sab. Seals are friends, not food. No, seals are actually jerks. Right? Seals are actually massively jerks. Seals are not friends. And yeah, what's up, Lucas? How you doing? All right, so we got the RAM thing. Transferred size. Here we go. Yeah, I like having the teleprompter here so I can look right at chat when I chat with you. This is awesome, isn't it? I think it's good. Hold on. It's like this Tom Jones video. Oh, no, hold on. We're not going to hear the music. It's a really good cover, though. Hold on. He stares right into your soul. Okay, that's not the one. There's a bit where he's like bobbing his head or whatever. It's terrifying. Right? The Tom Jones. Hold on. Where's the one where he's like bobbing his head? Oh, that one's good. All right. There's a few of them. Hold on, hold on. Come on, show me the Tom Jones doing that face. Like where he's bobbing his head. Damn it. I don't know. Whatever. It's a good video. Can I hit you with that face? You good? I believe that counted, yeah? There it was. Yep. Exactly. Nailed it. You were excited today because you received a steam cleaner, but the thing just turns on and never heats up. So now you want to kill boars. Ooh. Well, have I got a game for you? Honestly, I haven't played that game in ages because it seems like the devs are leaving it stagnant. Wait, is the Mike Tyson Jake Paul fight happening tonight? Oh man. I've never wanted someone to get hurt so badly. I don't like to have that feeling of like wishing someone gets hurt, but you know. I don't think Jake Paul counts. Okay, you're watching it now? Nice. Wait, did I didn't grab the transferred size. And yeah, I wanted to move this over that way and show it compared to svelte and solid. Yeah, so we'll grab a... Oh, wait, we did grab that one. I'm going to grab this shot instead. So here's something interesting about it. Compressed size, better than svelte and solid for sure. Uncompressed size, still better than svelte and solid, but the time to first paint is actually kind of low. Hell yeah, Alan. We were just talking about They Live earlier. You missed it. Yeah, yeah, good timing. It's such a classic film. Yeah, it's really good. Now, little bit of trivia. I mentioned it earlier, but we got new people here that might not know. That line, I came here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of bubblegum. That line was written by Rowdy Roddy Piper, actually, when he was in the WWF. It was a line that they didn't end up using, so they didn't have any claim or use over. And he was able to, like, like John Carpenter's just like, hey, you got any, like, fun lines you want to use? Go for it. And he said that, and history was made. Yeah, Rowdy Roddy Piper wrote that line himself. That's the kind of talent Rowdy Roddy Piper actually was. It's kind of cool. He definitely should have been a bigger star than he was. He picked a couple bad films. Like They Live, isn't it? But what's the one like Welcome to Frogtown or something? It's got such a ridiculous premise. Oh, it's bad. It's like pretty bad. So acting, They Live, right? Huge, right? That line and even the fight scene has been parodied by all sorts of stuff. Hell Comes to Frogtown. Hold on. In the late 20th century, a large-scale nuclear war ends in a nuclear holocaust. In the aftermath, Earth has become a post-apocalyptic wasteland where, due to fallout, most humans have been rendered sterile. As a result, the government places a high priority on those who can still breed. Additionally, humanity now shares the planet with a race of mutant amphibians, whom the government has exiled to the desert and prohibited from possessing firearms. Sam Hell, Roddy Piper, a nomadic scavenger, is recruited by the provincial government to serve as a human stud. They tracked him down by following a trail of pregnant women left in his wake from his travels and have determined that he is one of the few remaining fertile men in existence. A protective codpiece that monitors Hell's physiosexual condition is affixed to his groin and secured by an electronic lock. Upon learning that the mutant amphibians have armed themselves and taken a group of fertile women hostage, Hell is ordered to infiltrate the mutant city, known as Frogtown, and rescue and impregnate the women. He is accompanied by Nurse Spangle and Corporal Sentinella. During their journey to Frogtown, Hell attempts to escape but quickly learns that the codpiece will shock his genitals if he strays too far from Spangle. Yet, despite their rocky start and Spangle's initial cold demeanor, the pair grow closer during the journey and eventually fall in love. When they reach Frogtown, everyone involved is captured. The Frog's second-in-command, Bull, tortures Hell and attempts to remove the codpiece for its technology. Meanwhile, the slightly drugged Spangle is forced to work as a slave and dance for the Frog's commander, Toady. Proving more successful than she had wished, the nurse soon finds herself at the mercy of the aroused commander. However, with the codpiece now removed, Bull finally removed it with a chainsaw, but it exploded and killed him. The escaped Hell rescues her, along with the group of fertile women held captive. It's a ridiculous film. It's on Tubi TV. It's always on Tubi TV. I haven't seen it yet, but I read this synopsis and I really want to watch it. It's just not safe for, gaming stream. Amazing, right? Like, how many of y'all are going to go watch it right now? Right? Whoever wrote that, yes, LSD. Heavy amounts of LSD. All of the LSD. Based on a true story. Yeah, totally. All right, so let's go work on our slides a bit more. All right, so here on Unsplash, what image should we get for performance? Wrong kind of performance. Ooh, a saxophone player? Maybe. You are a bit biased, right? Okay, hold on. Who here has seen the movie Arena? This song reminds me of one of the songs in Arena. The Chad face. We could. I kind of feel like the light streak. Oh, it's Unsplash Plus. Nope. You've never seen the movie Arena? Ooh, it's like a good, fun sci-fi. It's got a bunch of actors that were in, I think, Babylon 5. It's basically space Bloodsport. Like, I'm not even kidding. It's basically space Bloodsport. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's not like the premise of the Kumite, but it's like, you know, the fighting like aspect of it. Oh, and hold on. I still wanted that open. Oh, and hold on. There we go. No, The Fly is a totally different film. I love that movie too, but that is a very, very different film. Like, not related whatsoever. The Fly is like a thriller. These others are just action films. But you've never watched Babylon 5. Is it still worth it these days, or does it hold up poorly? No, I think it's great. If you've ever seen Deep Space Nine, Deep Space Nine is a ripoff of Babylon 5. Like, Babylon 5 was originally pitched by the creator as a Star Trek like series, and they turned him down and then made Deep Space Nine. Yeah, that's fine. Like, the Next Generation is about exploration, whereas Deep Space Nine is about like politics within a space station. And Babylon 5 is the exact same premise. Like, really, they ripped off the idea of Babylon 5 and didn't want to pay the creator. Say this one works. And hold on, Lucas, like, no, you're not uncultured swine. It means you have the opportunity to see these things for the first time. Right? That means I envy you. Think about your favorite movie ever and seeing it for the first time. You can't ever experience that again. Now, I'm not saying these are my favorite movies, but they're good. So yeah, your first time seeing Jurassic Park. You can't get that moment back. That's a once in a lifetime thing. The Thing, fantastic. John Carpenter's the man. Imagine The Thing, your first time. You'll never get that feeling back. So don't feel bad for someone that hasn't seen The Thing. Instead, be happy for them because they get to watch it for the first time. right? They get to experience that with, right? No preconceived notions or whatever besides like some of the stuff that you filled their head with. My favorite Christmas movie is Trading Places. All right, so the speed one that I just dragged is that one. Yeah. Yeah, Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd. Yeah, so Trading Places. There you go. There's your Christmas movie if you haven't seen it yet. All right, so let's double check how this is starting to look. Oh my god, yes, the increasingly poor decisions of Todd Margaret. Oh, that show's so good. Oh, it's so good. All right, kitty, don't eat it all at once. That's the only spoiler I'm giving. Oh, that bit's so good, right? Like the after credit scenes. Oh my god. Oh yeah, yeah. Todd Margaret, amazing show. Totally worth the 20. Season 2 is good. Yes, there were post-credit scenes. Oh my god, you missed the post-credit scenes? Oh, you blew it. Oh, you blew it. I don't want to spoil it. So, yeah, I guess you're going to have to like watch it again. Bummer. Woe is you. Whatever shall you do? Exactly. Oh, what's the name of the energy drink? It's Thunder something, right? Oh god. Thunder Muscle. Ah, the good memory strikes again. I got the first half. That counts. Yeah, anyone hold on. We're gonna pause this. It's a good song and all, but hold on. Who here has never seen Power Thirst? This is an old meme, but it's a good one. Arena's not easy to find. It should be free on Tubi TV. If you're in Europe, well, yeah, that'll be tough. Oh, it's not on Tubi TV right now. Well, just give it time. You'll be able to see Arena later. Arena film streaming. I can't believe it's not streaming anywhere right now. No, this is the wrong one. Yeah, free on Pluto TV. It's almost always free somewhere because it's a B film. Right? Like Robot Jocks. Like it's a B movie. So yeah, check Pluto TV. If it's not available where you live, well, yeah, that's going to be an issue. But hold on. Power Thirst. Hold on. We're gonna see it here on stream because we got time. Why not? It's Friday. Let me get volume up. Yeah, just move countries. It's worth it. It'll be fine. Oh. Solid, right? You're welcome. You'll never unsee it. So that wasn't advertising. That was fake. It was making fun of like Red Bull and Rockstar and Monster and all of their advertising. Right? It was a meme. It was hyperbole based upon like their terrible, terrible marketing. Back when internet memes were actually funny. Yeah, Rockstar got bought by Pepsi and then ruined. They changed up the flavor. Right? Pepsi bought Rockstar and changed the formula. They ruined Rockstar. I don't know if you all know, I used to get free Rockstar energy drinks. I was sponsored. I never got a paycheck, but I got cases every couple months. So it got to the point where I could be like, oh man, wake up from like sleeping and I'm thirsty and just chug the Rockstar next to my bed and then go right back to sleep because I was drinking too many. So yeah, if I die early, it's because of all the energy drinks I drank. Ooh, so here's the thing, Lucas. I don't know if you understand or know this, but you remember hearing the story about how Coca-Cola changed their recipe? And then due to popular demand, they brought it back? It was actually like a 4D chess move. They changed the recipe because it used to have real sugar in it. So when they changed it, they did a bunch of BS knowing that they would revert it. When they reverted it back to the recipe that, you know, reverted back to the recipe that they had for years, that was when they actually did the switch to high fructose corn syrup. So people didn't even recognize the difference. They thought it was the same old recipe. It was actually a genius play to switch to a cheaper sweetener. That's technically true. Like, yeah, that's a little bit true. It's actually based upon country most of the time. No, and like what you'll notice is that it's not actually a different recipe. It's definitely just like differences in how they make it at the distributor because it's just, they're so massive that they have to actually like mix their soda at the distributor level rather than like a worldwide factory. So each distributor is going to have its own slightly different like flavoring. But at least here in the US, in a major way, when they did the change, it was so that they could switch to corn syrup. Water to syrup ratio? Yeah, because like at the machine level, you can alter that. Yep. Yeah, there you go. That's a good point. Yeah, high fructose corn syrup illegal in the U.S. Or sorry, in the EU, but not the U.S. What is yuca? I've never even heard of yuca. Yeah, that's a big thing. They can hide a lot of stuff inside of like natural flavors, which is like really BS. Oh, got it. Yeah. I mean, I cook a lot at home, so I'm not too worried about it. Oh, this is the image I used for speed. Yeah, you know what? Let's download this one too. We got an option of using that too. We'll see. Yeah, I get Costco pasta, so it's probably pretty good, but I should check it. Oh, no, no, I don't own any Teflon anymore. That shit'll give you brain cancer. Yeah, steel and cast iron. Yep. Yeah, my wok is carbon steel now. Right? Most of my other pans are cast iron or stainless steel. All right. So as far as performance goes, I think we're just gonna do like the layout image thing. And it's not perf chart, it's perf duration 2. You have a stainless steel wok? That sounds heavy. Oh, that sounds really heavy. Okay, pan? No, no. So that's the thing. I don't have any carbon steel pans. I only have a carbon steel wok. For pans, I do cast iron, and then for like pots, I do stainless steel. Really? You should probably look up what a wok is. Yeah, exactly. Right? Like these kind of things. Like this is almost exactly the one I have. Wow. That is exactly the wok I have. That's funny. Yeah, almost everything I cook is in a wok. Besides like noodles in a pot. I rarely even reach for my cast irons these days. What do I cook the most? I mean, here at home, I've got a shrimp scampi dish I like to cook. I've got a uh, like I cook chicken tacos quite a bit. I cook there's like a pork chow mein I like to cook, and carbonara. Those are like my biggest four like cook at home meals. And then there's other stuff too. Like I'll do just like cocktail shrimp, like already cooked but like cold. I do that one a bit. I'm trying to think what I'm going to eat tonight. I'll probably tonight just eat, because I have time to cook. I don't know if I'm going to do the shrimp scampi. It does sound really good actually. I'll either do shrimp scampi or just shrimp, and then like season it with, you know, some stuff. And Ursats, thank you for the follow. Sorry, it took me a second. Nah, the foil's too much effort. Nah, I got time. I got to get these slides going, man. Right, so I'm going to have a slide for naysayers. The stream ends up making you hungry. I mean, it's what I'm good at. And actually, I think naysayers will actually go here, right? So we'll do the naysayers thing later. And yeah, I'm actually feeling pretty good about these slides so far. Let's look at it a bit more. Right, performance, we get to these. Right, we show that. We show that. I think those look fine. Right, I can talk through the numbers a bit. I'm okay with that. No, I'm using Sketch. I don't even know if Sketch is even maintained anymore. Yeah, the company that made Sketch, I think, got bought by Evernote, or maybe it was just a tool they made, but they have basically like discontinued maintaining it. But when it comes to like annotating screenshots, I still prefer Sketch over like the built-in like Mac tool for sure. I still really like it. Like I like it so much I tend to do a lot of my like wireframing of like UI using Sketch, just like hold on. Right? Just drawing boxes like, yeah, here's a view, right? All right, there we go. We'll get like the header right there. Sure. It'll have a button in it up there for a thing. This is where my logo will go. And then, yeah, we'll have a sidebar here on the left. Right? Here's our title. Right? Here's some like other BS. We'll have a button right here. right? Like I tend to actually like do a lot of layouts, right? Wireframing of those layouts with this. Would I be stoked to get this in a handoff from a designer? Hell no. Hell no. I would quit on the spot if a designer at a job gave me this and then said, all right, have at it. I would quit on the spot. But for myself, for me, yeah, it works great. I know what I meant with all this stuff. All right, it's a good guideline. Exactly. Right, exactly. Like they push back on font size because they were too lazy to annotate what the font size should be. Yeah, I quit. Get someone else to be a doormat for you. All right, so I do want to make sure that slide. Yeah, so here's one big thing I want to do. I'm going to end up ejecting the theme that we have and making like the like the black transparent overlay that's making the image darker. I'm going to make that even darker. Just so that like the text is actually legible. I think it's worth it. I do love these like light tracing effects though. Really cool photography. It is. Like it's a really good photo. Exactly, Sab. Yeah. All right, so the next thing would end up being usage. No, so I'm using Super Maven. Super Maven recently just got bought by Cursor. I'm not against either, right? Like Amazon Q or Copilot. I'm just currently using Cursor, or sorry, Super Maven just because it's fast. And this ancient Mac Mini doesn't have room to use some tool that is slow because this is a 2014 Mac Mini. Something that's this fast on a 2014 Mac Mini, that's amazing, right? Like, that's kind of crazy. I have a brand new Mac Mini that is sitting at my P.O. box right now. I'll probably end up picking it up Sunday morning. Oh, I got my money's worth for sure. Like, oh man, 10 years for a dev machine is insane. I'm expecting my 2024 Mac Mini to also last another 10 years, which is why I got the 1 terabyte hard drive, the 64 gigs of RAM, the 10 gigabit Ethernet, right? Like, that thing's going to last. Or I'm going to be pissed. Oh, yeah, it's already sitting at my P.O. box. Yep. Yeah, I ordered it on like October 31st or something. Something like that. Oof. Yeah, like this 2014 Mac Mini, I can't update. Like I'm stuck on some ancient version of Mac OS. Yeah, exactly, Sergeant Pepper. I even I got the upgraded like CPU for the Mac Mini as well. So yeah, it's gonna be crazy the kind of stuff we can probably do with it here soon. Another, I want to say like I'll probably try and hold out for the next update of the MacBook Air, and I'll probably get a MacBook Air for my like personal machine. I'm sitting on like a, oh man, it's probably like a 2016 MacBook Pro. I don't know the exact model, but like I think that's when I got it, 2016. That's my like personal like travel machine for my own stuff. I got this like 14-inch MacBook Air for work, and I'm able to edit 4K video with it, which is insane. So yeah, like the next MacBook Air like version, I'll probably end up using a bunch of like credit card points for that. So I'm just waiting for them to refresh it probably next year. That's about right, Lucas. I play games with like my gaming PC as a 1080, and it's still like good enough. So yeah, I bought that in like 2016 as well. So I'm really pumped that my gaming machine is like lasting as long as it has. I can run a lot of games at like max settings. It's really good. I think so too, right? Like this 1080 is just killing it, man. Like so good. Like I can't do AI stuff with it. Yeah, I don't know if it's a TI. I think it might just be a GTX, but good enough for me. All right, so we got that part done. As far as usage goes, yeah. We need to think of an image for usage. Yeah, exactly. Yep. All right, so what kind of image, like what should I search for a good usage image? Right? When you hear the word usage, what do you think? There you go, Lucas. Nailed it. Right? The guy, like, it's in black and white and he's like spilling something, but it's really just him being really, really clumsy. Right? That's the look on his face when he does it. Mm-hmm. No, we don't want this to be like bad usage. This is good usage. I'll just type in the word usage and see what they give us, and then from there maybe we got to be more creative. I don't know why. This one seems kind of good. Yeah, I'll download it. Right? It's like a measure of usage. How about utility? Yeah, the meters was actually pretty good. I kind of like that. Oh, it's an Unsplash Plus. Hold on. Ah, the plus images. How dare you? I think the utility one is nailing it. No, because the plus is how they make their money. Definitely no way they're going to let you filter for like their own paid platform. Like that would be counter to them actually making money. This one's not bad either. Connection? How about plug? I kind of like this one. I kind of like this one too. Kelly Sakema here really has something for electrical sockets, doesn't she? Are we seeing someone's fetish right now? Exactly. Oh man, this one's dirty. That one's not safe for work. I actually really like this one. Shit. Oh my god, if it wasn't an Unsplash Plus, I'd totally use it. Yeah, the toast one is so good. Oh my god. Oh, if that was free, I'd totally be using it. Oh, that one's so good. God, this one's so good. I promised myself I wasn't going to pay for a wallpaper image for this. I promised myself I wasn't going to pay for a wallpaper image. I know, right? Like, shit. This one's not bad either. Right? For like what we're looking for, you know? It's not bad. Y'all might be wondering, like, man, he's had a few today. Why is it not affecting him nearly as much as it should? I was just drinking in Utah. So it's like I've been practicing for this moment. Yeah, KubeCon was in Utah this year. Right? It's like I was doing liver calisthenics. Yeah, I'm posting that for sure. I'm gonna maybe not release that one out to LinkedIn. All right, and we'll share it to the platform that should not be named. Yes, I drink bourbon. All right, so real quick, we'll pick one of these images. Not sure which yet. Ooh, let me know where that is. I'm going to Austin on Wednesday and Thursday for an Atlassian event. I'm going to have to work on my slides. But yeah, let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. It'll be so quick. We don't even need to do like the using the restroom like scene that I got in OBS. So, BRB, real quick. All right, see, I'm back already. Okay, so on the platform that shall not be named, I just had a banger quote tweet. Right, low level tweet says, "I'm going to try to get VC funding for another VS Code fork. The feature is that there are no new features. Will this work or no?" To which I did a quote tweet saying, "Everybody always talks about forking VS Code, but nobody ever talks about spooning VS Code." That might be one of the best tweets I've done all year. Might be one of the best tweets I've done all year. Right? Like, come on. You're right? Yeah, come on. So yeah, no, I'm heading to buffer with that one too. Yeah, exactly. Spoon! Hello, Arthur. Hell yeah, Saklo. I'm a big fan of the Tick. I liked pretty much every version of it, right? The show, the Patrick Warburton version, the late like newest version that was what was that? Amazon Prime? All of them. Really good. Like all of them are so good. And like good in their own right. Like different from each other enough, but still being like same character. I love every single iteration of the Tick. All right, so the image we want to use. Yeah. Oh no, it's good. Oh, I forget the actor's name, but he's really good. He's like amazing at characters. Like he's a like sketch comedy like genius. He's the dude that stole Simon Pegg's girlfriend in Spaced. I'm I'm spacing on his name, no pun intended. Peter Serafinowicz. Yeah. Right. You won't recognize him in like the tick suit, but hold on. Let's go find some other photos of him. Nah, you're fine, man. You know how like being cool works? You just get cooler. That's all there is to it. So yeah, he was Simon Pegg's like roommate in Shaun of the Dead, right? Peter Serafinowicz. Like so good. This dude. He is the guy that plays the Tick in like the newest series. So hold on, is it Colbert or Colbert? He does a really good job as the Tick in the new series. Like a really good job. Nails it. Colbert. All right, cool. Yeah, thank you for letting me know. Yep. Get your life sorted. Yeah, like, dude, this version of the Tick is really fun. I highly recommend it. Highly recommend it. All right, so which image should I be using? That one's not bad. We got too many of these now. All right, I think I'm gonna do this one. So I'm working on a slide presentation for a conference. I'm going to be presenting at Connect.tech, which is a conference in Arizona. Or no, sorry, not Arizona, Atlanta. Sorry, I was just in Arizona like 2 weeks ago. Brain fart. But yeah, Connect.tech does all sorts of like really cool stuff. I'll be giving like it's like a 55-minute talk. We'll see if I can fill up 55 minutes about web components and mitosis, but the goal is to just present a bunch of cool content about web components, right? I know they're not cool nowadays. It's like cool to hate on them. But yeah, I will be giving this talk in like 3 or 4 days. So I really need to finish this slide presentation. So yeah, we're currently working on these slides. I seem cool. Looks can be deceiving. I'm never the coolest person in the room, but I'm rarely the least cool person in the room. So there we go. I'm okay with that. All right, so we got some slides there. I definitely want to alter the cover like layout that we get. And yeah, when it comes to usage of web components, yeah, we need to get some of this like outline content out there. And yeah, we might just end up going really late tonight because sure, I could play some games. I don't have anyone reaching out to play some games right now. Man, really, like I need to finish these slides by Tuesday. Realistically, the only time I'm going to have to work on these slides is today, tomorrow, and on my flight on Sunday. And that's about it. All other times, like, Sunday night, I'm going to be going to a comedy show. Monday is JS Nation, and then Monday night is either the speaker dinner for JS Nation or the terminal event happening in New York. Oh, it is a programming stream. I don't play games on this channel. I play games over on a second channel called Griffing and Chill. This is a programming stream. Right now, the programming is making a presentation about programming, and I chat and rant a bit. But if you do want to hang out with me while I game, that's over on another channel. Way less people hang out over there. Obviously, me playing games isn't that entertaining. Me ranting about tech is more entertaining than me playing games. I'm okay with that. It's currently an Unsplash stream. You're not wrong. I do normally do programming. Right now, I have a talk that I have to get done by Tuesday. So I got to work on the talk here. And I work on most of my slide presentations here on stream. You know, I got side projects I build too. If you want to see the latest thing we built on stream, it's Giphium. So yeah, check out Giphium.com. Actually, I'll show it to you. How about that? Because I got time. Why not? So yeah, for the Solid.js hackathon, I worked on this tool called Giphium. And it is a way to create animated GIFs that you can share on social media. So if I click generate, bam, we start generating it. And it does take time. My device is considered a slower device, so give it up to 30 seconds. And then finally, when it's done, hey, we get this image that we can then download and share to social media to just show a diff between two bits of code. So there's other tools like ray.so or carbon.now.sh or what is it, Chalkist or something. Like there's a bunch of them. But none of them do diffs like this, right? Nobody sits like this rock sits. The rock just sits and is. It shows us how to just sit there. And maybe that's what we need. Sorry, that's a quote from I Heart Huckabees. I believe I was slightly off with it. No, you're fine, Colbert. It's fine. It's only weird because you're making it weird. The nature to being cool is not calling yourself weird. It's actually really easy. But yeah, what's up, Shy Hat? How you doing? No, did I show the face? I didn't mean to do the face. It's not that bad. Come on. Oh, someone else did the shout out. Let me give you a follow, Shy Hat. My bad. And yeah, what were you doing? Doing some hacking. What does BGH stand for? And WSC. Like, I don't know those acronyms. I'm really curious at this point. I've heard hack the box, but that's HTB. Oh, cool. Okay. Colbert, so over on my gaming stream, I play all sorts of stuff. I tend to be a single-player RPG person, but I play other games too. It's more of a question for over there. Right? Let's acknowledge the person rating us instead, because that's more important. So yeah, Black Girls Hack and Women's Society of Cyberjutsu. Ooh, I like that. No, that's amazing. I really like that. Super cool. Hold on. The Shy Hat. Can you share some links with us? That'd be really cool. Yeah, that's like really awesome. Are you also familiar with, hold on, InfoSec streams? Shit, I thought I had a link. Here we go. Yeah, infosecstreams.com. There you go. For either one. Both. Yeah, for both. Absolutely. And any other links you want to share too. That sounds great. So, Black Girls Hack. Awesome. And if you're not over on this list for InfoSec streams, you should totally join. Like, it's a really good community. That one works too. Thank you. Like, hold on, let's look at it. Theo, which is a different Theo than like the web Theo, right? This is Hacker Theo. You're on here. Okay. Oh, you're right there. I can read. I can totally read. Wink. Yeah, my bad. Like, I can read, I swear. No, you're right there. Yeah, my bad. I'm sorry. All right, cool. So, an amazing community. Everyone else out there, if you're trying to learn like pen testing and just info security, like all that stuff, definitely check out Shy Hat Stream. But also a bunch of other really cool streamers too. Right? Ending with Ali. Like, there's so many really good streams. They used to put me on this list, but I don't do any of this stuff. I'm just a supporter. I'm just really a fan of this community. So Chad B. Noob, GoPro Slow Yo, like, we see these guys in here all the time. But I don't deserve to be on this list. So I'm okay with not being on it. Because, right, like, I'd be at the top of the list because I stream way too much. And I shouldn't be there. But I'm happy to support the community because, again, y'all raid me all the time, and I really appreciate it. And also, it's just good content. Like, it's fun. Hold on. Hair in my eye. You were covering SQL injection. Ah, right. Okay. So, like, in a practical way or more just like a research way? And if you ever want to know the song that's playing, unless my bot crashed. Shit, my bot crashed. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. That's the song. Talking about theory and demoing a simple injection payload. Yeah, that's awesome. Right? Here's one of the best demos ever made, and it's a meme. Right? I assume this is probably like something you shout out all the time on your stream. And I'll respond to you in a sec, Midnight Simon. Just give me a second, right? But people rating from the Shy Hat stream, right? This is the little Bobby tables, right? This is your son's school. We're having some computer trouble. Oh dear, did he break something? Well, in a way. Did you really name your son Robert Drop Table Students? Oh yes, little Bobby Tables, we call him. Well, we've lost this year's student records. I hope you're happy. And I hope you've learned something about sanitizing database inputs. But yeah, hold up. Let's shout out Simon. Awesome. We got a mod just killing it right now. Thank you, mod. Oh, if I could type. I don't know who Midnight is, but I'm going to delete my own thing there. There we go. There we go. Yeah, Midnight Simon, how you doing, man? How's your website going? You have anything you want to share with us yet? I was definitely lurking you the other night. I didn't actually pay too much attention, though. So Colbert, a SQL like injection attack is taking a string like this, right? The Robert, parenthesis, colon, drop tables. And if you pass that as a string via like a name input, if the system didn't sanitize that input properly or escape it via like a prepared statement or things like that, then it's possible that that string ends up stopping the original statement. So the name gets input as Robert, and then the statement drop table students drops that table because it gets executed as part of the SQL query. So yeah, it's something you should probably learn about if you want to be a good web dev. Luckily, nowadays, a lot of our tools help solve some of that problem for us by making sure our inputs are sanitized properly. By, like most of the ORMs available to us prevent us from having this problem. But the moment you create a raw SQL query, you lose that protection. And yeah, all right, so it's coming along, it hasn't launched yet. Yeah, big fan of personal website stuff. It was hard-coded HTML, and now you're redoing it in React. So hold on, Simon, when you say you're redoing it in React, do you mean like React, like raw, like single-page application style? Or are you using a framework around React, like Next.js? React, Remix, and SQLite. Okay. So, yes. No, that's fine, and I'm happy to chat more about it. And no, the Shy Hat, thank you so much for the raid. Hold on, let me double check. I am following you now. Yeah? Yeah, perfect. All right, so hopefully at some point I can raid you back. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. And yeah, enjoy your food. So yeah, Simon, I'm super curious. You're using Remix, and that's the thing that's solving like the SEO part of things. But how are you hosting it? Like, what's your plan for hosting? I would guess that a personal website doesn't actually need SQLite. I would guess that you don't even need Remix. Hold on, we're going to skip this song. How dare they sing? So yeah, Simon, what I would get at is no. So Q Ultimus and everyone else, I think the point is that it's still nice to have something that allows for layouts and general like framework niceties such as content collections and things like that. My main point is that you probably don't need to dynamically render. You can statically render that as you add and change content. So at that point, you could deploy out to something that is not server-side rendered. It's just statically rendered. And when you add new content, you just statically re-render that content and push it to a CDN. In which case, I would highly recommend Astro instead. Next.js is also capable of static site stuff, but they seem to be making that harder and harder these days. Remix can also do static site stuff, but it's not their like bread and butter. Remix and Next.js are in the same boat of pushing you towards server-side rendering, and so is Django. So Q Ultimus, like, you're also in the wrong boat, in my opinion. For a personal site, you don't need dynamic rendering whatsoever. Right? 4 years ago, you probably would have used Gatsby. Nowadays, I would recommend Astro. So, Midnight Simon, when we say static, we don't mean that it's never going to change. We don't mean you don't have a framework around it. What do you have that needs dynamic rendering? And I'm willing to bet nothing. Like, what actually needs to be dynamically rendered on every request? Oh, so you're going to actually have users. Okay. Okay, so there you go. You're going to have some type of like login and user registration thing. What is the database doing though? I'm curious like why people even need to register for your site. Oh, okay. So I get that. I think that makes sense. All right. No, I totally get that. All right. No, it does start to make sense. I would personally, again, and just because this is the way I would do it doesn't mean you should. For myself, I would do all of that stuff on just a separate subdomain, right? Your personal site is just your static personal content. When someone wants to log into a type racer thing or an algo progress tracking thing, that's really just a separate subdomain that you can host wherever you want. I don't think you need to like mingle those two things or those three things. But totally do whatever you want. This is just my opinion from a totally separate perspective. But yeah, no worries, Midnight Simon. I know. When you raid someone, you're basically raiding because you're trying to finish up. So I get it. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. And yeah, hold on. Let me double check some comments. Gatsby, the framework that took 18 minutes to render your site. So, Alan, 18 minutes to render your site. How many images did you have? Because that was the major time-consuming part of Gatsby. Image stuff. And the only problem with that is that they refused to actually implement caching properly locally because they tried to like sell you on some bullshit cloud service they wanted to like make money off of. That was the downfall of Gatsby. They took a bunch of VC money and then had to realize profit somehow. 2,700 pages can render really fast if your images are lightweight. But 2,700 images, yeah, that'll take a lot of time. So even one image per page can suck. Look at it this way, though. Hugo can render 10,000 pages a second. Q Ultimus, I feel like you've been in here before, though, haven't you? Maybe not. No, I guess, yeah, 6 messages. They're all from today. I guess I only know you from when I've raided into Midnight Simon's stream, huh? No, you're right. You're totally right. Because I've raided Simon a bunch of times, and I'm just remembering seeing your name in there. So, my bad. And thank you for the follow. Shit. Yeah, and Jake Backpack. Thank you for the follow as well. So, Lucas, Next.js massively is like you are disincentivized to do static site generation. There are so many things that are going to be super annoying about building a static website with Next.js, where with other frameworks, it's so much easier. Yes, there you go, Alan. Like, you probably could have just used Hugo. But hold on, let me double check some other comments. Wants to make his own type racer. I seem to have a background in CS. What would I say to someone who wants to get into CS? What is the next big thing? And yes, Colbert, that is the wrong question. Worrying about the next big thing is meaningless. Worry about making things with current tech. Until you're good enough with current tech, the next big thing doesn't matter. Well, Alan, you could totally build it. You could totally build it. Because Hugo has a plugin system. There you go. Exactly, Alan. So, like, what exactly? It's been a while since I've tried to generate sites statically with Next. For the most part, I've only ever had that work with the Pages router. When you start dealing with, like, the app router, it's just not smooth. They're going to complain about things that don't matter in a static site context. Because, like, you're going to run into maybe, like, the hydration mismatch issue and a bunch of that stuff when you're not even caring about hydration because it's just static. Right? You only care about it at render time and you're done. So hydration mismatch. If you've never run into the hydration mismatch issue, I would say, like, just keep building with what you got and you'll run into it eventually. All right. Yeah. When you're just statically rendering, you don't care about hydration mismatch. You don't give a shit. I don't know what game I'm going to play, Colbert. No idea. Not a concern right now. We'll figure out what we play later. So yeah, Q Ultimus. Hold on. I feel like you might have had another question that I might not have answered, but maybe I did. Yes, I do web dev. I'm currently a developer advocate, but I've been like a front end lead type role for 10 plus years. Now, just because I've been front end lead doesn't mean that I'm only a front end dev. Like, I am full stack, like more full stack than most full stack devs, in my opinion. And I'm willing to bet that there are plenty of people that would back up that statement. Right? People that you would actually listen to rather than just the people here in chat. Like, I'm willing to bet Theo and Prime and a bunch of other people that are worth listening to would say that I'm pretty damn full stack. Just the people here in chat. Well, I mean, what I mean by that is you guys are already fans. So, like, you defending me doesn't mean as much. Right? Not to someone else coming in without the context. Lucas, that's just not true. You go apply to some place like Netflix or Google, and they really, really, really like specialists. You go and apply to a place like some agency, Yeah, they want a full stack person because they don't want to pay for two people instead. I definitely didn't unblock you, that's all, but I'm thinking about doing so now. Lex, that's definitely a bullshit way to phrase it. Being a good front end dev doesn't mean that you're capable of doing good back end dev. Being good back end dev doesn't mean you're capable of doing good performant front ends. Right? Your argument is reductive. That's the term specifically for exactly what you're doing with the ones and zeros thing. What does it matter what you eat? It's all poop in the end. It's a bullshit argument, right? Yeah, Alan, there's that show we watch all the time, Garth Marenghi's Dark Place, right? Like, writing is just words. The key is getting them in the right order. The key is getting them in the right order. I think he says the trick instead of the key, but tomato, tomato. So yeah, that's all. Questionable. Very questionable. Stream is inspiring. When you were learning programming languages, you always came to a place where you didn't progress because it was too hard and hadn't someone to ask for becoming better. I mean, Colbert, this is not the place for that kind of asking. It's too hard? No, you just didn't want to put in the effort. I'm sorry. Bullshit. I'm calling bullshit. If it was easy, everyone would do it. You're the type of person that falls once snowboarding and says snowboarding's too hard. No, the key is getting back up again. That was a solid thump. Yeah, this is a really good like bottle cork combo. All right, so hold on. It might seem like I'm just bullshitting and I just want to watch myself snowboarding, and that's definitely part of it. But hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Let me just type in YouTube. Is that how I find it? There we go. So, this is my sponsor me video from 2006. And if you watch this and think, oh, no, he's just really talented, you're wrong. The only way I got to this point of being able to do tricks and, you know, like technically it's in the fall section real quick. But the only way I got to this point of being able to land those tricks is because I fell and I got back up again. You'll only ever get to a high level by failing and learning from that failure. If you're afraid of failing, you'll never progress in anything. The key to getting good at something is being willing to fail. You can be afraid of falling, but when you fall, you typically realize that it's not as bad as you thought it was going to be. Then you keep going. Jukes. I worked at ski resorts, man. I got a free season's pass, and all it took was working for like $7 an hour. No big deal. Super easy, actually. Yeah, by the time you see me in that video, I was working in the terrain park at Stevens Pass. I got to ride the park on the clock. Do you realize how amazing of a feeling that is? I'm getting paid to snowboard, not like a pro snowboarder, but technically, yes. But no, like, yeah, just ride through, make sure no one's hurt. But oh, I get to hit shit while I'm doing it? That's even better. You can set yourself up for success in all sorts of things by being willing to fail. If you're not willing to fail, honestly, you'll never succeed. Now, I'm lucky. My dad told me my entire life growing up, the only reason he knows anything is because he's been wrong enough to figure shit out. Only reason he's been able to design things like the SMS 800 phone system is because he messed up designing other systems first. And if you don't know what SMS 800 is, from 1989 to probably like the mid 2000s, anytime you dialed a 1-800 number, it went through the system he designed. And it was so performant when he built it that the company he worked for ended up suing him because they were overcharging their customers. And their customers were the US public. Paul, we get paid to fail on our coding job all the time. Are you saying you write code perfectly every single time? Bullshit. Bullshit. Damn right. You are paid to fail. We don't have to imagine it. You do it every day. You are paid to fail. The key is you fail and fail and fail until you eventually succeed, and then you make the pull request. That's dev in general. So, I mean, Paul, you don't even have to get chewed out by seniors. You can just simply fail in your own right, and then you make the pull request and you're good. That's science. It's fine. It's not a big deal. It's okay. That's actually what's expected of you. You're going to fail and fail and fail on your own time, and then eventually you figure it out, and you push up a request. You push up a pull request, and then, yes, oh no, you fail because some senior engineer feels like, could that variable name be better? Which, yeah, it probably could be. Where's the solid in this? Who gives a fuck about solid as an acronym? Don't tell me you treat clean code as a Bible. There are some good nuggets of wisdom, but don't treat it like a fucking Bible. Colbert, I just simply care about what I do. I build stuff and I try and make it better. I'm not saying I'm the expert. I am not the expert. But I'm good enough that I can build stuff, right? Time and practice. Yeah. That's just science. A water droplet, right, dripping once a second will cut through stone, given enough time. The key is that it is consistent effort. Don't expect to get there in one giant rush of water. Instead, be the water droplet cutting through stone. Consistent effort over time. A bunch of water at once isn't going to do anything to a rock, right? To a sheet of shale or granite or whatever. But you drip a drip of water on granite over a long enough time, and you're cutting right through that thing. Yeah, there's another good analogy about rungs on a ladder, right? So, ladder, rungs, cartoon. This is probably the wrong one. Let's go images. Space. There's definitely like a meme I'm looking for. Oh, here it is. Hold on. I just saw it. Right, here you go. The importance of taking smaller steps. The person who takes a small step at a time, but is consistent with it, will do far better than someone who tries to take big leaps all at once. Because if you fail, you're dropping down one rung, which isn't too far. Whereas this person, if they miss, they're not making any progress. Consistency. That video I showed you of me snowboarding, the only way I got there is I snowboarded 150 days a year for 10 years straight. And at the point you saw me, well, no, that was 150 days a year at 5 years straight. And I got better than that. I got free energy drinks. I got free snowboard gear. I never got a paycheck from any of those companies. I only got a paycheck from the ski resort I worked at. But man, free gear is pretty damn cool. And the only way I got there is by snowboarding every single day. Wrong, Colbert. Wrong. You can put in effort and you can go snowboard. You can buy a season's pass and spend $1,000 a year on a season's pass and snowboard as much as you want during the winter. You can go work at the ski resort and get a free pass. And get discounts on gear through a thing called the Pro Pass or what is it? It's like Pro something shit. I forget the name. But yeah, if you work at a ski resort, companies will give you a discount. I forget the name for it though. It's like Pro something. Now, it's only like 30% off, so you're not going to be getting brand new gear every year. But I'm just saying, man. That mentality you have, Colbert, is only going to hold you back. If people want to snowboard, they're going to snowboard and they'll figure out how. You seem like someone who doesn't want to figure out how. You want to take the easy way out of saying you just can't do it. But don't blame anybody but yourself for that shit. Yeah, no worries, Swish. No, that's fine, Q Ultimus. What I'm getting at is the fact that they are making those excuses, right? They just seem like they want to make excuses. And that's it. Right? The person who is predisposed to just make an excuse to not do something will rarely succeed at anything. That's all I'm getting at. It's not about the snowboarding part, right? The snowboarding part is actually way less important. They are making excuses for the snowboarding part. They are making excuses for other parts too. They just want to make excuses because they don't want to admit fault. They don't want to actually fail. I'm already pointing out that, yeah, it's a mentality and attitude problem. And for the most part, from all the things they've said, they're scared of failure. Mm-hmm. That's fine, Q Ultimus. That's what I'm pointing out, though, right? That's the entire point I'm making. You're not disproving anything. You're not countering exactly what I'm saying. You're saying exactly what I'm saying. If you're okay with failing at something, that's the only way you will get good at something. You have to be bad to become good. There's no shortcut. Okay, got it. All right, that makes sense. Sorry, for some reason I thought it was like a counter argument. Like I thought you were simply saying like, no, that's not what they're saying. That's not what they're going. Like, no, my bad. I misunderstood. Sorry. My bad. Yeah, for sure. No, I totally misunderstood. Sorry, Ultimus. That was my bad. Yeah, for sure, Chubby. Like, only reason I got good at snowboarding is because I was willing to fall. But also, it took an everyday effort to do so. No, Colbert, you're fucking wrong. There are very few things. Sure, could you make it in the NBA being 5'6"? Nowadays, probably not. But look at Muggsy Bogues. He made it in the 90s. There are certain things where, yes, sometimes you just can't get to that top level. But you know what? You can be a short king and still be really fucking good at basketball. Does it mean you're going to make it to the NBA? No. But you can still be really fucking good. Ooh, I don't know who that is, Paul. Is he under 6 feet and killing it in the NBA? Yeah, I'm not familiar with that name. No, Curry's like 6 foot even, maybe 6'1". There are definitely some people that are like 5'11". Right? Is there someone actually 5'8" killing it in the NBA right now? Steph Curry is like 6'1" though. 6'2". Right? Like he looks small compared to those people. That's why I'm pointing out that like the NBA is like a separate thing. He looks small. He's actually 6'2", dude. No, you're actually missing the point, Colbert. You're talking about trying to make it to the NBA. The fucking 1% of the 1%. Like, Colbert, you're missing the point. You can still be really fucking good at what you do. You might not make it to the NBA, but that's the 1% of the 1%, dude. I'm not proving your point. You're actually missing my point. You're fundamentally missing my point. The goal is not to make it to the NBA. The goal is to get good at a thing. The only way you get good at a thing is being willing to fail. The fact that you think being good and the only criteria for being good is making it to the NBA means that you are fucked, dude. Like, I don't give a shit what your opinions are, and I'm tired of talking to you at this point. Because you're missing the point and you're just defeatist. And it sucks talking to those people. So either you can be a big boy and try, or don't. It doesn't affect me at all if you don't want to try, dude. No, Colbert, you are being majorly defeatist. You're saying if you can't make it to the NBA, it's not worth trying. Fuck you. I'm sorry, like, that is the worst fucking take I've heard in ages. You can get really fucking good at basketball being a short person. Does it mean you'll make it to the NBA? No, but you can get really fucking good. And if you don't think that's possible, fuck off. I'm tired of this conversation with you now. Right? Your mentality is bringing other people down. I don't want it here. No. Bum. I'm protecting my chat because Colbert has been given way too much opportunity and they are bringing the vibe down. And I don't like it. I don't want them here. If they're just going to continue to be a naysayer. Now, I've given them so much leeway that now I'm sick of it. They can either figure it out or they can shut the fuck up. And yeah, I don't know, Bum. I feel like you've had enough comments and chances here in chat to recognize the vibe. Do you think that's something I want to actually deal with from a chatter? No, I am strict. I am stern. I want people I actually enjoy chatting with here in my chat. I recognize I'll never hit the Primogen numbers because I'm not willing to let people say whatever the fuck they want in my chat. I'm okay with that. I want a chat that I'm willing to come back to every single chance I get. If I had to put up with people I don't like talking to, well, yeah, I probably wouldn't stream as much as I do. When you actually look at the numbers and see how many streamers burn out because they try and like let people chat that suck, that just ruin their chat and bring them down, yeah, streamers burn out. I'm sorry. No, I got to protect my chat. I got to protect my own mental health. I'm here to chat with people I like talking to. If it takes being strict and weeding out the people that suck to talk to, fuck me, right? That's fine, Colbert. What I'm getting at is you can either learn or you can just keep being negative. But you have that choice. That is a fork in the road. That's up to you. But I'm tired of trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. I have wasted way too much time chatting with you rather than doing the thing that I want to do right now. I thought saying some stuff and trying to inspire you would help, and it hasn't. And I'm tired of it now. This is not a stream all about you. This is a stream about me trying to make some stuff. It's about me trying to actually finish this slide presentation. And yeah, who was the other one? Who was the chill take a sip guy? Bum. Yeah. Again, the lack of a follow is pretty indicative. Exactly, Chubby. For sure. No. You do, but Bum doesn't. And Bum's chill take a sip comment is way out of place. Only friends can tell me a comment like that. Only someone who's been here and who cares can tell me something like that. Not Bum. And the irony is, my friends wouldn't say something like that. Someone I want to continue to talk to wouldn't say something like that. So, Bum, figure that one out. I think realistically, I might just want to restrict your comments. That way I'm the only one that has to see your bullshit. All right, so what's the custom stream parrot emote there, Alan? And thank you for the follow, Paul. I appreciate that. That's a solid one. I like that. All right, let me save it. And what is the word I'm replacing? Ethical hacking. I don't think whoops is taken. Looks like it's not. No, Colbert, it's no one's job to correct your pessimistic ways other than yourself, right? Take some responsibility, man. Be a big boy. Put on your big boy pants and be a big boy. Tie your own shoelaces. Yeah, no worries, Ultimus. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for hanging out. Thanks for chilling. Sorry we got a little negative there. But I think it's worth it sometimes. Ooh, Alan, can you optimize that a bit? It's 2.8 meg. Right? Could you pass it to EasyGIF? Get it under a meg? 1 megabyte. Yeah, no worries. Thank you. Yeah. Easy GIF, if you're not aware, is a really nice tool for optimizing GIFs. There's ways of doing it to where like you can remove frames, you can do all sorts of stuff, and it's pretty good. Yes, information security is what InfoSec stands for sure. And yeah, I haven't actually seen this before. Hold on, let's look at it. Oh, that's fine, Alan. I know, right? Why use some tool that already exists when you can build your own for way more effort? I get it. I think you and Raimu would really get along. Yeah, that's what Alan does. All right, so let's continue doing what we do. That's a lot of algorithms, and not all of them actually mean something. All right, let's pour it mellow. Yeah, it should be good. Was it? Nice. All right, let's see. Did it show up? Nailed it. Yeah, I meant to like bonk it and go over it in that clip. And I did not. All right, so when we look at the outline, right, usage. There you go, hips. Ooh, you know what? We're going to play that song because it's not going out to YouTube anyway, so we can totally play that song. Adriano something, and yes, I don't have to even type his full name. Video contains content from Rye? Motherfucker. All right, so that song, the original one that we were listening to, was Copy Stricken. The official is actually this one. It is actually a better video. Yeah, it's actually really good. Did the fight start? I love the way he does that in the video. You're not even to the main card yet? Oh my god. Yeah, that's what they're doing so that people aren't like bummed that they spent money on it. There's 6 fights? Oh my god. That sounds terrible. That sounds really bad. Have they been good fights? Okay. Well, there you go. And what's up, FD? How you doing? It's fine, Colbert. I would say just simply, just be better in the future. That's all. It's actually really easy. So Paul, this is what we're working on. We're working on slides about web components and a a tool called mitosis. Wait, is this another song? No, it's the same song. Yep, never mind. So hold on. They just recommended it as like the thing we would play on this stream, and now they're not recommending it. Well, okay, we'll play this song because this one's fantastic. Oh, FD, you're getting married? Oh, that's huge, man. Oh, congratulations, dude. I didn't even know you had a partner. Oh, that's why we haven't seen you as much. Hell yeah, man. Congrats. Cheers. Tick. Yeah, yeah. FD lives in India. So totally different. Dude, FD, I had no idea, man. Yeah, you haven't said anything like that in any of the chats, like this one or gaming. So happy for you, man. Cheers. Yeah, congratulations, man. Wait, did you? No. Hold on. Did you only tell me over on the other stream? I don't know, man. Yeah, so you only told me over on gaming stream. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. Right? Just use the browser's native APIs. Sure, that's the basics. All right, so then from here, and let's consider the slides, right? Let's look at raw web component syntax. Damn, we're already at 8 p.m. All right, so I don't have a passport yet. I just got my birth certificate reprinted, so I can expedite a passport, but I think it'll be tough. Yeah, I can expedite it and all that, sure, but I think it'll still be pretty tough. Oh, this is a good song to finish up on. Yeah, no, I'll be paying extra money to expedite it because I want to do like international conferences too. But yeah, I don't know. I've also traveled for the past like month and a half, and half of that travel has been out of my own pocket, so I don't know if I can even afford it. But we'll see. We'll see. But yes, it is 8 p.m. I should probably figure out food tonight. I'll do. Oh, I'm thinking I'm going to do the shrimp scampi. That sounds pretty good. Yeah, I'm going to. Bare minimum, I'm going to do shrimp. The shrimp scampi is just so good that I kind of want to do that. Yeah, oh, it's definitely going to be in the wok, but we'll see if I end up doing noodles with it. That's the tricky part. It will definitely be the wok, but we'll see if it's just shrimp and chia seeds or if it's shrimp, chia seeds, noodles, and butter. I ate just chicken last night. And I haven't eaten anything today. So yeah, shrimp scampi sounds right up my alley. All right. So I'll be doing that over on Gaming Stream. Who do we go raid? How about that? It's 8 p.m., you know. I'll cook for probably like the next hour or so. I mean, I'm not in Utah anymore. This is just Washington drink. But who's streaming right now? All right, let's look and see if there's anyone coding. I see someone doing some painting. Let's do it. Nah, this seems dope. We're going to go raid Evils Presley, right? Which is just a really good like mixture there. So yeah, let's do it. Yeah, I didn't see anyone streaming in this category right now. All right, so we're going to go raid into Evils Presley. They are painting something from Dark Souls 3. Sure. Yeah, sounds cool. I met them at TwitchCon, and they are really cool. So now I am looking forward to seeing like how this painting like finishes up. I see a cat chilling on a cat tree in the background. So there you go, Sab. And yeah, over on Gaming Stream, I will spend around like an hour cooking and eating and doing my thing. And then we'll figure out what game we play after that. And then I'll wake up bright and early to do some video editing. And then we'll be here on stream around noon or 1-ish to work more on my slide presentation. I don't even think we got halfway through. I think we're maybe like a third. So I'm going to have to get this like usage thing going, which should be pretty quick. How GetKraken uses lit element will be another thing we do. But yeah, so YouTube Algora, I will say goodbye.